Live. We are going to show you guys how to make your very first random map script. I have a couple of members of the Alchemy Guild in the voice channel with me, and you guys are in for a special treat because anytime I start going too fast, they're going to slow me down and say, hey, hold up. We got to make sure that everybody's caught up. So it's kind of like a workshop, and I'm going to be working with these folks, and we're all going to be making the same map together. And if you're in chat and you're watching, you are welcome to make that map with us. Let me know if you have any questions in the chat, and we'll try to keep up with that. So in order to get started, we need to be able to have a place to go and evaluate our random map script, right? So you have to click through these menus and such for Age of Empires 2. But the very first thing that we need to do is we're actually going to tab out, and we're going to come over here to our File Explorer, and we are going to go over to, I'll share this on my screen in just a sec. Okay, so there is basically this folder. Okay, it's this PC, local dist, program files, Steam, Steam apps, common, AOE2 DE, resources, common. And then inside of that, there is a random map scripts folder. So you double click that, and everything that is inside of this folder is readable to the game. So if you have a .rms file inside of this folder, the game will detect it, and it will know what's going on. So I have a bunch of different subfolders in here because I like to organize it beyond that. We've got stuff for like the Alchemy AOE community, and then we have some function libraries that I've developed. You guys don't have to worry about any of that right now. We're not going to make anybody sign up for our community's GitHub repository that hosts our maps, nor are we going to go in and do anything with any fancy tools, all right? Because it doesn't have to be that way. You can knowing the basics of random map scripting is more than enough. Most people do not have fancy tools to make random map scripts. They make it all by hand. They hand write it. And that's what we're going to do now to teach you the basics. The tools are, of course, available to anybody who is a part of our guild, but we will not use them today. So I have another folder here with some reference materials. We'll talk about that in a little bit. And then I've got some other projects that I'm working on that I haven't yet been ready to use. And then I've got this RMS analyzer here, which is another project that I'm working on that I can never seem to find time for because it involves programming in Python. All right, so we're going to right-click inside of this random map scripts folder, assuming that you're able to navigate through this directory. Folks, slow me down or stop me if you cannot find this. Right-click on our open space, and we're going to say New Text Document right here. Okay, and then it gives you the option to name the new text document. I'm going to name it Not My First Map Script. All right, but you can name it My First Map Script if you want. Now, very importantly, when you're naming this, I'm just going to hit F2 here so that I can rename it. If your Explorer is not showing the extension of the files, there should be a way to change it, maybe in View. You can come up here and you can say File Name Extensions right here. It's a checkbox item, of course, where I'm in Windows. All right, you got to make sure that you show the extensions because you need to change that .txt extension to a .rms. Otherwise, it will not find it. So we're going to come in here and we're going to say not my first map script .rms. Okay, just like that. And you'll get a warning that says if you change a file name extension, the file might become unusable. Are you sure you want to change it? And we're going to say yes because actually we're making the file usable by doing this. So we say yes. Okay, so we haven't even gone into the editor yet. If you have gone into the editor and you've started poking around and you just created this file, the file name, you are not going to be able to find it. You generally have to back out and then go back in again, from my experience. So we have created the .rms, and now we can go in, click on single player, click on editors. This is the scenario editor. We're going to create a scenario here. We're not making a scenario, we're making a random map script, but this is the easiest way to evaluate random map scripts.
All right, hold on. So I backed out.
I'm lost a little bit.
Do I have to restart the game, or do I just need to go to the main menu and load back in?
Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find my first map script here. Not my first map script. So I can find mine. Are you sure that your directory is correct?
So you have to go into the game. I thought you selected it before. Okay, my bad.
So you got to go into that scenario editor, and you're going to click on map up here in the left-hand corner. and then click random map, and then the random map location is going to be one of these options here. And the reason it gives you these options is because maybe if your scenario, remember this is built in the context of making a scenario, but maybe your scenario is like a Northern Isle style map. Like maybe your scenario is about some Northern Viking islands. Then you can select the map Northern Isles and you can start building away, right? You can use this random map script as a template for making your scenario.
Okay. How do you get into the editor?
So to get into the editor, to get into the editor, click on single player.
Yep.
Editors.
Yep.
Create scenario.
Okay.
So we're going to go in and we're going to make sure that we've got random map. So now map is in the upper left-hand corner. Make sure that that's green. And then you'll have an option down here for map and how you want to generate. This is all just about generating. This is all about just so that we can see the effect of the changes that we're making on our random map script. Click on this, check this random map box, and then map size. You can select the map size that you want to evaluate. I'm going to evaluate the tiny size for now. And then the random map location is going to be, if you scroll down, you'll find my first map script, or in my case, not my first map script. Okay, and then you can select it, and then you can hit generate, and you should have nothing appear when you hit generate.
Mine isn't showing up.
Did you accidentally create a folder and not a file? Because I did that at first.
No, I created the file.
Okay.
I was totally good until I got into the to try to get into the editor, and now I'm lost.
All right, can you stream and show me your directory?
Yeah.
What you're doing? If you have some kind of special character in the front, then it may be putting the script at the very bottom.
Do I have to start with ES underscore in the name?
No. ES underscore just means
Ensemble.
Yep, Ensemble Studios.
Can those be placed into their separate file or folder?
What's that? What's that, Cookie Pirate? Yes.
Parker's in the assembly hall.
You can. That's fine. So Cookie Pirate, can you show me your screen? Can you share your screen?
I thought I just did.
If you post the directory in a chat, it's the same directory pretty much, right?
Yeah, let me share my directory.
It won't let me.
Yep, I know. All right, let me share my directory here. I will send you this message. So that's my directory. That's the directory that I use, that the map script has to be in. I will see if I can grant you share permission.
Steam apps, common AOE2.
Yep, VE
resources. / underscore common.
And then
I'm in there. And everything I have is ES underscore. I've got canals, capricious, dingoes. That's an interesting map name. Graveyards.
Yeah, those are all the original Ensemble Studios custom maps that they were made by the original developers.
Yeah.
Okay, one sec. We will let everyone. Hooks, connect, speak, video. Allow members to share their video. I mean, it's selected green.
Do I have to exit the room and be pulled back in for it to take effect?
No, because I didn't change anything. It was green beforehand.
Okay. Let me just try restarting the game real quick and see if that does anything.
Okay. Keep looking.
Oh, looks like Arthur's in Assembly Hall. Maybe he
Yeah,
wants to join.
I know.
Editors, create scenario, random map.
Yep. And then not
Cookie
mine.
pie. There we go. All right.
So you just had to
There
restart
we
the
go.
game. That was it.
Yeah.
Okay. So when you hit generate there, you are not going to get anything at all because you haven't. Well, you haven't told your map to do anything. So
Big green prairie, basically.
Yep, and that's essentially every map script starts out as base terrain grass. It's got some defaults in it. Now, what we need to do is we need to get into this map script and we need to change things. And so basically what we're going to have here is a bunch of us changing something and then going and hitting Control S after making the changes. Oops. And
Yeah.
and
we pull
then
up the file?
going. So now let's pull up the file. I'm going to right click on mine and I'm going to say open with, or maybe properties. I'm going to tell it to open with not Visual Studio Code, but just Notepad. There's all kinds of editors that you can work with, but I'm just going to do it in Notepad so that it is it's easier for you guys to follow along because not everybody's going to use the same thing. Some people like Notepad++. I use Visual Studio Code. So I'm going to open this in Notepad++, and as you can see, we have a completely blank slate here. So every random map script has to have these basic sections in it, all right? Inside of these big, like, carrots right here, we have to start with player setup.
Okay.
And then we need, we need land generation.
Is it case sensitive or no?
They all have to be uppercased.
Okay.
So yes. Land generation. Elevation generation is next. Terrain generation. Connections generation, I believe.
So it's probably good to have like a copy and paste list of this to make it faster so you don't have to type it every time.
Objects generation. That's all right. I don't mind typing it here because it will slow me down and allow you guys to keep up. But I can assure you that this is all copy and paste when I'm making a map script.
Okay.
So, but for the first time, we're going to type it out just so that you guys get it. And I'm going to explain what each one of the sections does. All right. So, in the player setup section, and actually before I explain what each of these sections does, let me just explain that the order that you see these sections in here is the order that they are executed in the game. This is when they developed the game originally, this was their logical, okay, this is the order that we're going to do it in. And now I'm going to explain what each one of these does. So it doesn't matter whether or not you have elevation generation up here or whether or not you've got connections generation up here. It doesn't even matter that you have all of these. You don't have to have any of these sections, and the map will still generate. But it is highly recommended that you at least have player setup, land generation, elevation, and terrains and objects. You don't really need connections, and there's even another one for cliffs that I'm completely neglecting because I'm telling you right now, cliffs are a waste of your time. But that documentation is in there if you want to try it out. And who knows, maybe in the future the devs will actually make it so that cliffs can actually do something. But right now there's no control over them. So player setup, what does player setup do? Player setup is all about establishing the basic rules about the game and about the general appearance in which players are going to spawn. Okay, so if you any rule changes that you wanted in the game, like if you wanted to double the HP of fishing ships, you could do that in player setup. It doesn't mean it's a good idea, but you would enter those effect amount commands in player setup, and that would be executed first before anything else.
I like
In
that idea.
Okay, in player setup, you will also be telling it like whether or not you want to use the legacy land generation techniques or whether or not you want to use the newer behavior version 1. You'll tell it whether or not you want nomad resources, where you get the plus 275 wood and plus 100 stone for
Excuse
building
me.
a town center if your map is a
Sorry.
nomad map. Um,
Say that again. So if you want it to be nomad, you have to define that.
you would type in nomad resources. And nomad resources would trigger plus 275 wood and plus 100 stone for every player.
Mm-hmm.
You could even have a map that has a chance of being nomad. So you could say like if nomad, then do nomad resources, and do something like that. Okay, so there's the opportunity for conditionals and such. I'm just saying that the player setup portion is basically where you are defining the basic characteristics of this map in terms of what the players get. Okay, if you wanted to give all the players plus 1,000 food to start out with, that would be done here. Lots of rule changes and lots of definitions are performed in player setup. So definitions, of course, being is if you want to use some type of terrain or some type of unit, you generally will define that in the player setup section. Okay, so land generation. Land generation is probably the most important part of a random map script. And just to give you guys like a crash course or a brief overview, land generation is where the identity of your map takes form. There are these structures or these objects or these concepts in random map scripting called lands. And lands are basically the only thing that you can directly control the positioning of, or at least it was for the longest time. There's some objects now where you can directly place in locations. But you may choose to directly place lands in certain locations. You can choose to place lands within certain regions. You can create player lands here. You can create neutral lands. And basically all that a land is it's some big splotch of terrain that's put down at a certain elevation within a specific region of a certain terrain type that grows a certain amount and that you can do something with later on.
What about water? Does that go here?
Yep. Water is considered a type of land. Okay. You could have water. You could have water lands. So, for instance, the map 4 lakes will have 4 water lands, 1 in each corner. That's placed in each corner. Those form the lakes. So that's how you would make a map like 4 lakes. In fact, we could literally do that right now. Like, for instance, we could say create land. And we could go. Let's say that we wanted to do, and we're going to do create land, and we're going to do land position as one of the arguments, and we could position a land at 1,1. Okay, and we could say, let's say land percent. We want it to take up maybe 5% of the total map size, and we want it to have a clumping factor of, let's say, 30, and let's do terrain type of water. I'm pretty sure I got all of that right here. Okay, then it would basically say, okay, at this location, at position 1,1, I'm going to take this big splotch of water and I'm just going to push it down here, and then I'm going to let it grow to take up 10% of the total surface of this map. Okay.
Now, is that shallow or deep water? This
is deep water. It is predefined, so ships can sail on it, but camel riders cannot ride on it. Okay. Water in random map scripting, like anything that's navigable by ships, will basically force a beach to be generated along its perimeter. If you want to control the beach, then you could put DLC wet beach down instead of water. and then you could layer the water on top of it. So now that we generate again, you guys can see that we've got some DLC wet beach here, which is like the traditional beach, except it has wet sand, okay? And then what we would do is in terrain generation, we would come down and we could say, create terrain, and we would go water, and then we would say, and then this is all about replacement, so we would do base terrain DLC wet beach, and then we would do spacing to other terrain types 1. Okay.
So wet beach, you can have units walk upon, but you cannot build upon it.
You can build walls on beach terrain in Age of Empires. So,
but like structures, no.
So let's take a look. You could use the scenario editor. We cannot place Gul Gumbaz on top of this wet beach. However, we could place these palisade walls. You can build walls on beach. Okay. You can see that the water has been placed here because we layered that water on top of the beach. So we just need to tell it land percent maybe 100. Okay, and take up 100% of the land. So now it's going to occupy every little bit of DLC wet beach that it can. We have the same effect of having the water here, but now we have the wet beach boundary instead. And it doesn't have to be like that. We could do gravel beach. There's all kinds of different terrains that we have. I'm just explaining the basics of it.
What's just a regular dry beach that you can build upon?
That would just be beach. And it's predefined. Okay.
I'm gonna try that.
I'm just go ahead and experiment with it. What I'm trying to get across though is that we could then copy this, and everything inside of these commands, whenever you're creating something, whenever you're creating a land, or whenever you're creating terrain, all of it has to be inside of these squiggly brackets here. And if it's not, well then it'll just ignore it, actually. It won't crash. It won't crash the game. You have to screw up really bad to get this thing to crash the game. So 99,1, and then we're going to do 1,99 here, and then we're going to do 99,99. Okay, just to kind of show you guys a very basic idea of how 4 lakes could be made. Okay, so we hit generate, and of course, these are all very, very uneven lakes. Okay, the land just sort of grows organically, but these are factors that we can control in the land generation, but we're not going to do it right now. I'm just going to help you guys hopefully to underscore this idea that this is where you make the basic character of your map happen, is in land generation.
And you go back to the script.
Yep.
So base terrain, So let's say I want a strip of beach before the water starts. Would I just reduce the land percent for the water down to like 90?
Nope, because what would happen in that case, and let me just let's do number of groups, like 100 here, or 1,000, just to make sure that this water gets everything. So right now it's only doing 1 group by default. Uh-oh. Maybe we need to do number of clumps. Number of groups is...
Just a heads up.
Yeah.
You're going a tad bit fast. I can't see your screen to type all that.
1 sec.
In the text box.
Okay. So I'll bring up the screen. We got these 4 lakes. It's very, very simple. All right. Let me bring this back up here.
Thank you.
Big thing is you don't really have to. You don't have to make this. I'm just kind of showing that if we wanted to make a 4 lakes map, we could put 4 lands down. And traditionally, Age of Empires.
I thought we were making the same map.
Well,
Sorry.
we are, but I'm not making the map yet. I'm just showing that if you wanted to do a basic character, how you could get essentially 4 lakes with like 4 lines of code. You bring up like the traditional DE maps nowadays, and it's just full of junk. And it all does something, but it is not very user-friendly. And some of the most intuitive, user-friendly maps are going to be like original Age of Kings and Age of Conquerors maps that are going to have like 50 to 60 lines tops, and that's it.
Yeah.
And you'd be amazed at how simple it can be, and you can still get 90% of the way there. That remaining 10% is throwing thousands of lines of code at it. So you really can make this into a big deal, and there are people who have, even before my time. So we're not making this as a map. I'm just showing like this. If you wanted to make 4 lakes, it's basically 4 or 5 lines of code, depending on what you want to do. Now, obviously, these would never work in 4 lakes. This would be unacceptable. Having a little island right here, having these weird shaped lakes, people don't like that as much. Even though I feel that it's more organic, you know. And there are things that we can do and arguments that we can add in that that would make these a little bit more rounded. If we wanted lakes with a really, really big, wide beach, then we could try reducing the land percent from 100 to like 80 and save it, but that will not work because because we have no way of guaranteeing that because these are already still taking up, let's just decrease this to 10 or something like that. They're trying to occupy 80% of the total land area. Okay, as you can see, when we dial it back that far, it's kind of random where it goes. Right, these are areas that would have been converted into water if we had sufficient imperative to do so. So if we want this wide beach, you can see that we've got somewhat of a wider beach here, but it's not really consistent. So what we could do is we could instead just say space and other terrain types of like 4, let's say. Okay, and that will make sure that this beach is 4 tiles. 4 tiles wide, because when this new water is placed, it must avoid terrain other than the one that it's being placed on by 4 tiles or more. So that's how we get such a broad beach. Okay. Elevation generation, though, is kind of in between, right? We talked about terrains. Elevation generation, you add this section. It's necessary if you have different lands that are at different heights. And this will, number one, it'll smooth everything over. So for instance, we don't have to put these lands at the same elevation. We could do like base elevation 4 or something like that. And then when we hit save, one of our lands, I forget which one, is going to be at, the first one, is going to be at base elevation 4. Okay? Now this doesn't really make much sense. Why would your lake be higher than your prairie? But maybe there's a good reason. Maybe there's a dam or something. Who knows? It's just something that you can do in random map scripting. If we did not have elevation generation in here, then this would not be a nice, smooth transition. Now, let's say that we did want to do elevation generation. Then we would come in here and we would say create elevation, I don't know, 4 or 3, and then we could do, I believe it's base terrain, grass, and then number of clumps, let's do like 100, and let's do number of tiles, let's do like 600, okay? And then we're gonna enable balanced elevation. You always, unfortunately, annoyingly have to type that in because the legacy elevation generator had a bias toward this bottom corner of the map. So now that we've added that and we've saved it in, we should see little hills pop up here, but they don't.
Yeah, I'm not getting any.
Let's see. Maybe we do terrain type, if I'm remembering correctly.
What's the highest the elevation can go?
So when you're using the elevation generation section, the highest that you can go is 7.
Okay.
All right, let's get rid of this.
So if I want to make Mount Everest, I just have to go between 1 and 7?
No. If you want to make Mount Everest, when you're doing your land generation, you can put any number in for the base elevation that you want. any number. All right, let me pull up a quick reference script here, and let's put something into elevation generation just because I want to show you guys. I want to show you guys what it should do here, and I just can't remember the syntax. Okay, so we need base terrain, we need number of tiles.
Oh, that's cool. It puts like my beach on a little plateau of some sort.
Yep.
Now I see. I was missing that base elevation command up in the top. Can you keep that up for a second?
This right here?
No, just the terrain generation line. I need to add that.
Right here?
Yeah. Water. What does the number of clumps exactly mean? And the clumping factor?
So the number of clumps is basically how many different groups it's going to try to create of this terrain from this other terrain. That's all that it means. Land percent is how big are those groups going to grow. They will grow to encompass a total of 10% of the map size overall.
Oh, of the entire map, not just the sector
Yes.
that it's
Yes.
building? Okay.
Not just the eligible sector, the entire map.
Nice.
So I'm going to take, let's see, create elevation 3, and we're going to do base terrain. Base terrain is going to be grass, and number of tiles is going to be 1600, we're going to say. Okay, and we're going to do number of clumps 100. We're going to say set scale by groups. We're going to enable balanced elevation. And this has to be in the elevation generation section. Let's try generating it again and see if it happens.
I've had something go wrong. All of my water are appearing in little like ponds.
Uh-oh.
So it looks like polka dotted beach.
Yep.
I can't get anything to generate
for elevation.
Online.
Me neither.
For anything. I don't know what I'm doing wrong.
Okay, one sec. Let me get mine to generate properly.
Excuse me.
Okay, so did you get any lands to generate, Warlion?
No, yeah, I can't get anything to generate.
Okay,
I must be typing it.
Are your create
wrong or
land
something.
commands inside of land generation, underneath that banner?
Yes,
Okay,
they are.
and you have this line exactly
Within-
right here?
Yep, for land generation.
Hold on.
Okay.
Do I have a space somewhere? Let me
Did
see.
you hit, is your script all saved? And you've got your script selected in random map. You hit generate.
Yep, I've saved it, and I hit generate, but it doesn't generate anything.
All right. I'm going to give you the streamer role temporarily. And I'm going to do the same thing with Cookie Pirate.
Okay.
All right, so go ahead and share your screen with me, Wardline, so that I can see what's going on.
Let's see.
I'm gonna show you mine too.
Right.
I
don't know if I can do that. Because I'm technically on my cell phone on the voice call.
Oh.
But I'm at my computer.
Okay.
Obviously. Let's see if I can, because I can go to Discord on. Where would I go on Discord desktop to share?
It would be in the lower left. There's the second button to the right of turn on your camera. It says share your screen. You should be able to share your screen. Let's look at what Cookie Pirate has, because he's able to share his screen now.
Yeah. See, so I solved all the little ponds, but I have a lot of these small beach strips.
Yep. So
I don't know what's going on.
You'll need to increase the land percentage for your water occupying that.
So go back to the script.
Yep. Are you sharing your screen or your game?
Just the game. I need to see your scripts to see if I type something wrong.
Okay. It's right here. So you're probably going to want a larger land percentage.
Okay. Because I'm messing around with the size and stuff. So I made, up in the create land generation, I made it 8%. So the water should be like 15.
I mean, the water, you don't want all those little pockets, right? So
No.
as long as the water could even be 100, it will have to obey the spacing to other terrain types.
Okay. So if I make it 100%, it's not going to flood the entire map.
Nope, it can't. It has to be on DLC or on your beach. It must be on your beach, and it must respect the spacing to other terrain types.
Okay,
But it will
yeah.
it will try to occupy 100%, but it will not be able to.
This is a little wonky.
Yeah, those lands are pretty wonky, huh? But there's ways of making them less wonky. Don't worry.
Yeah.
All right, Warlion is sharing his screen. Let's take a look.
Obviously, I like this one, except this has islands kind of jutting out in the middle.
Okay, do not capitalize create land and see what happens, Warlion. Okay, show me your game. Does that work better for you now? It is case sensitive. You are on mute, by the way, Warlion. All right, let's try copying this line in here from another map script. Base terrain, it's going to be grass. We're going to leave the rest of it the same. Let's see if we can get that elevation to show up. It still doesn't show up. Maybe we need to define a base terrain first in the land generation. Base terrain, grass. We can change our base terrain to all kinds of stuff. There we go. So we just didn't define our base terrain.
So let me see that script again.
So you got to come up here and define your base terrain. If you want your base terrain to be desert, you can type desert in here, or you could type in dirt. Some examples.
Yeah, just hold on a second. I'm trying to navigate through all these tabs.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay.
we can hear you now, Warlion.
Okay. I don't. Excuse me. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I changed didn't capitalize it.
Okay. Let me look at your shared screen again. Let's see. Warlion. Oh, okay. Watching. Stream. It says the stream is ended.
There.
Okay. So
What about
this
now?
is case sensitive. Land position should be lowercase.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Yep.
That's probably.
Okay. And see if that does it. So that should help you with the first one.
Still doesn't help. So weird.
Terrain type, DLC, wet beach. Land percent 5, clumping factor 30. Oh, you don't want
I mean a typo.
terrain, AIN.
Yeah, I typoed.
Okay, how about that? If it doesn't get the right terrain,
Oh, there we go.
then it will
Okay.
default to grass. Now your next one for terrain generation, you want create terrain water, base terrain, DLC wet beach. Instead of numer of clumps, you want number of clumps. You want a B between the M and the E there in number. There you go. And then try that.
What exactly is that supposed to do?
That is actually what puts the water down. So if you didn't have that command, then it would just be wet beach. That would be at position 1-1.
Okay, it's working now.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah, so I just have to check typos. That was my only thing.
It's just typos, and if it's something that's spelled wrong, then it will just skip over it, and it'll act like it didn't even see it.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
That's weird.
Grab the drink here.
So this is just some basic stuff here. I've got a conditional in here telling my elevation to apply different amounts of elevation depending on the map size. You don't have to do that. I just copied and pasted. It turns out that the problem was that we weren't defining a base terrain. Okay, we could even come in here and we could even elevate our wet beach. Okay, because remember, when the game is looking at this elevation generation here, this terrain effect doesn't exist because elevation is happening before terrains. So therefore, this water is not here yet. So we could come in and we could say, oh, we want to, let's just copy this real quick. Let's create terrain, let's create elevation 7. Base terrain is going to be DLC wet beach. And then we're going to get rid of all these conditionals because we don't really need them. And we're going to just do simply number of tiles, maybe like 300 or something. We're just going to make this work for a tiny map size for now. Okay.
So hold on, because I added that base terrain, and I typed dirt, and I end up with something like the Sahara Desert.
Yep. Yeah.
So where's all my grass, and why is it flat?
I have not generated yet. So I hit generate, and I'm going to have a flat Sahara Desert dirt as well. But you can see that we have correctly elevated the DLC wet beach because we targeted the proper terrain. Whereas when we do our elevation for this elevation 3 that was intended for the base terrain, we're targeting grass, but there is no grass because this is dirt. So if we wanted to target that properly, we would have to update. We would have to update this from grass.
So hold on, because I do still have the water. Yeah, I do have the water, but I mean everything. Like I don't have the elevation changes and everything.
So, are you elevating DLC wet beach or are you elevating beach? What is the land that you're putting down? What's the type of terrain for it?
So I have, where you have DLC wet beach, I have just beach.
Right here? Okay. So then you will need to elevate beach.
I have that.
Okay.
Base terrain, beach number of... I don't have number of tiles.
These are the basic arguments that you will need. Now, here's the funny part is we don't have water here because there is a strange legacy effect in the game where you cannot apply elevation effects to water. but some of the newer waters you actually can. So if we came up here and instead of doing water, we said DLC new shallow, we would be putting new shallow on top of this wet beach as normal. The only difference is there's going to be elevation. So you can make some,
cool.
you can make some pretty silly things with this, and of course ships can get hill bonuses.
That's awesome. Fast fire ships going up the hills.
Yeah, I mean, you can. I don't like to make stuff like this, but some people, in some contexts, it could be okay. Some people feel like if you add elevation to water, that it's like waves, like a big swell on the ocean.
What if you want to make like a waterfall?
It's potentially possible. You've got to make sure that you get the water in the right place and that you put the waterfall object in between the two. But that's pretty advanced stuff. So that's just kind of the basics of how, the order and how this stuff works, right? What exists right here is not this new shallow, but this DLC beach or wet beach or whatever you want it to be. It doesn't have to be wet beach, as long as you know what it is and that you're elevating that. Okay, and then we are essentially replacing this terrain on top of this terrain. We could go in and we could do forests in a similar manner. So we could, for instance, take our script file. If we wanted to do forests, we could come over here to our terrain generation, and we could say create terrain forest, and this by default is an oak forest because that's the most basic type of forest that was available in the Age of Kings. We're going to do base terrain dirt. Okay, we're going to do number of clumps. Maybe we make 60. And then we do land percent 20. And
keep that up for a sec, please.
Yep.
That scale by groups.
Oh, yes. So this set scale by groups.
Yep.
Is there so that when you change the map size, that will increase the number of clumps based on the map size. So, for instance, a giant map is twice as large edge-wise as a tiny map, and 4 times has 4 times more area. So therefore, it will apply, I believe, 4 times as many groups for a giant map size. Right now, we just care about tiny map size. But there are all kinds of conditionals that you can bake into this that will allow it to handle every map size. And there are some built-in parameters like land percent, which inherently affect or have an inherent advantage when dealing with scaling to different map sizes because it is percent. It's not number of tiles. Okay, so we've got this forest here, placed on base terrain dirt, number of clumps 60, land percent. It's going to try to occupy 20% of the total land mass. So we hit generate, and we should see forests scattered around. And that is...
Okay, can you go back? I'm a little behind. I'm trying to figure a couple things out that I had.
Worries.
Create terrain. What would you do for palm tree forest, like in a desert oasis?
You could do, I believe it is palm desert. We could try that. I believe that's what it is. Like in the Middle East or something. How are you doing, Warline? Are you caught up?
I haven't caught up to copying exactly what you have there, but I'm sort of just taking it all in and trying to just learn basics,
Yeah, you got the concepts. I mean, we don't have the exact type of map, but you know what each of these things are doing in each of the sections, and that's what's important. This isn't the map that we're going to be making. This is just us screwing around so you can get a basic feel for like the order of things and how this thing is logically set up.
All right, so here's my next question. If I specified the elevation 7, then why are my hills short?
Why are your hills not reaching elevation 7 is what you're asking?
Yeah, exactly.
It is possible that you do not have enough tiles to achieve that elevation. It's sort of piling on top of each other, but if it doesn't have enough tiles, like if you only give it one tile to work with, but you want elevation 7, then it's not going to have enough tiles built up around it to get to that elevation, because it can't do more than a 45-degree slope.
Okay, well mine says number of tiles is 600, and number of clumps is 100.
All right, try setting the number of tiles to 600,000 and see what happens.
Oh my gosh.
Does map size matter in that situation?
Yes, map size, because elevation generation, you can see that it
the
doesn't.
larger map.
Yeah,
you have more tiles, right?
Elevation generation unfortunately does not have a land percentage argument like terrain and land generations do. So therefore, you got to do this crazy, not crazy, but this conditional.
Yeah, well, actually, it raised everything.
Yep.
So now my lakes, even though they're specified at 3, they're way lower than everything else around it.
Lower or higher?
The lakes are lower.
I guess I'd have to take a look at your stream and see what you're up to. But I think you're getting a little bit ahead of the demonstration. The point is just to show where the elevation, that you can target elevation in certain locations, okay?
Okay.
Now, the other thing is that what if we want Palm Desert in the lowland section, but we don't want it in the highland section up here? So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do a couple of things. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure that each of these lands here are elevated to base elevation 4. That's the first step. Because at first I just did the one on the left. So go ahead and use your copy and paste, because you're going to be using lots of copy and paste in random map scripting. Make sure that each one of these has base elevation 4 in it. And then hit Control S to save. And then when we hit generate, we should properly have all of our palm forests. Yeah, look at that. They now have to go uphill to get to these weird elevated areas. This elevated water that's up here for whatever reason. Okay. Now, let us suppose that we did not want to put Palm Desert at high elevation. Let's say that we wanted to put pine forest. So what we could do is we would come over here and we could say something like this. We could say create terrain, pine forest. Base terrain is going to be dirt. Number of clumps doesn't matter really. We'll keep 60. Land percent 20, and then we're going to do height limits of 4 to 7. So any dirt that is between elevation 4 and 7 is going to get replaced with pine forest up until it occupies 20% of the total land area, and it's going to try to cram 60 clumps out of all that. Chances are this stuff is all so close together it's going to merge into a few big clumps, but we'll see what happens. So in places where we can afford it, you guys can see that the pine forest has attempted to occupy some of this terrain. This is not tall enough, but it will occupy this. This is sufficiently tall. You can see that this is sufficiently tall. So the pine forest has been added in certain tall locations. But there actually, surprisingly, is not a lot of dirt that is left up here. Okay, and then we could put the Palm Desert in the valley. So we could take this line and we could copy it, and we could create terrain, Palm Desert, base terrain dirt, except in this case we get rid of the height limits and maybe we say Control S, and then we generate it, and you guys will be able to see the palm deserts will return. Here they are. Now, what if we don't want palm desert touching the pine forest like this? What if that's bad? What if we don't want that for whatever reason? Maybe somebody has to be able to walk through to make sure that they can build a dock here, and the map is cluttered otherwise. What we could do, and this is a very important feature now, it's kind of into the debugging phase. Let's select this box that says seed map here and select that, okay? And so now that's going to keep this seed number. So that means that any changes that we make to our script now, we can assume that changes to the map are an artifact of that change to the script. So we could hit generate 1,000,000 times on this, and without changing the script, we're going to have the same situation, the same random map arise.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're going to come back here to our script for not my first map. And in the Palm Desert, we're going to say spacing to other terrain types. And we're going to put 4 in there. I'm going to give it an argument of 4. And you always want spaces before and after these squiggly brackets here. Otherwise, it will get confused. And now, this Palm Desert must avoid this pine forest by 4 tiles or more. So we're keeping the same seed. We'll hit generate and see what happens.
Oh, that's cool.
So we're in the lower quadrant of the map. And there's all kinds of arguments that are available to you to make these forests really do what you want them to do. Okay? So you're not totally at the mercy of randomness. You actually have a lot more control and a lot more power than you might think. Okay. So what else? What other options do we have here? Well, connection generation, I got to be honest with you, I do not know much about connection generation. So basically what this is you may specify that between 2 different lands that the terrain is replaced with a different type of terrain that specifically occurs between 2 points. So connections are like, on our map we have 4 lands. We could create a connection between these 4 lands specifically. And that connection could entail replacing dirt with this water, okay? And what we would get is we would get kind of this snaky little path where the dirt is connected, is replaced with water, so that these lakes would actually be connected. And we could make it so that the pine or the palm desert was actually too expensive for the connection, and the connection would not be able to go through the trees. But since I do not know much about connections, and I basically never use them, I'm not going to teach you anything about them. But they do exist. They're in the book. They are important in a lot of applications. So for instance, Black Forest. On Black Forest, there are connections between the player lands. The player lands on Black Forest are clearings. They're grass. The base terrain on Black Forest are trees. So on Black Forest, you have all these trees, and then you put the player lands down, and these are big amoeba-like shapes of grass in those forests. They may intersect, they may not. So what is done is a connection generation section is added to ensure that there are passageways between the players on Black Forest. Similarly, on the map Hideout, there are essentially 2, the base terrain is actually water. There are 2 player lands that are separated by a certain spacing. Connection generation goes in and it replaces water in a few places with shallows so that there can be strategic crossings to the river on Highland. So connections are important, but I cannot teach them to you because I am terrible at them, and I do not know. I don't really know them. The final thing that we want to talk about is object generation here. And object generation is anything in the game that can be interacted with in some way. A unit that you can control, a tree that you can chop, gold mines, berries, deer, boar, all of that stuff, all of them are objects. So let's say that we wanted to cover this map with boars. We can come in here and we can say create object boar, just like that. And then we do our squiggly brackets, and we could say number of groups, and all that is one word essentially, but there are underscores between the words.
How did you do both the brackets like that?
With the squiggly brackets. So that is shift, and then on my keyboard to the right of my P, there are 2 brackets. If I don't hit shift, they are square brackets like this. And if I do hit shift...
Yeah, I just meant it looked like you generated them at the same time.
Nope, I just typed
maybe
them.
You just did it quickly.
Nope.
Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. So the number of objects, the number of boars is going to be equal to 10,000. All right. So now we can generate a map that has 10,000 boars. Now don't forget, did you get the boars? Because I didn't get any boars.
I did.
Oh man.
Okay. I need to go to different.
They're
different
all over the
scene
map.
here.
That's crazy. They're just everywhere.
I've got something going on with my water.
Number of groups, 10,000. And let me add terrain. Well, you could do like different terrains to place them on. Let me try doing this. Oh, if you got boars, how come I didn't get boars? That's not fair. Oh, here we go. Okay. So I just had to sort of refresh. So there are literally freaking boars everywhere. All right. These boars, probably what would happen is if this biome existed in real life, what would happen is the boars would spend all day digging and not finding any food and then dying of starvation, and then other boars would come in and eat them because boars are opportunistic and they're cannibals.
Yeah, cannibals.
So they do not mind. All right. Now let's say that we wanted these boars to be placed only on the dirt terrain. We could come in and we could add an argument that says terrain to place on, and then we could say dirt. And this will make sure that the boars do not end up on the water or on the beach terrain. So now we can hit generate and updating that. And as you can see, the boars are no longer on any terrain except for the dirt terrain.
I've got a few stragglers still on the beach.
Well, then
I mean, they're kind of on the edge, but I've got one right out in the middle of the beach.
There might actually be secretly a small piece of dirt on that beach that you don't know about.
Yeah, it could be. I've got something going with my water, too. I don't know what's up. It's really weird.
Let's take a look. Because that's why we're here.
My land generation arguments aren't correct.
That's okay. We're not trying to make the map right now. We're just screwing around and showing you the basics of what you can do. All right.
No, it's fun.
Yeah. I actually kind of like the way this is coming out, though.
Cookie Pirate's like, this is going to be a great map.
Let's see. I want to see Cookie's map. Let's see.
You see, it's really weird. The water gets cut off at that, and then look over here. The water is like there's boars like hanging out in the water.
Oh, I see that.
That's weird. I've never seen 90-degree angles like that.
Well, that's just kind of a visual bug. You're talking about that sort of that waves bug. Yeah, it's a visual bug. You can circumvent it by changing the map size, actually. So if you change your map size, Cookie Pirate,
should I go up to medium?
Whichever, it doesn't really matter. And you hit generate again, then it should get rid of that. Those rectangles. See that?
Oh yeah, that's.
So that's quite nice. So you got Boar Islands there. That's sort of cool. Okay.
Yeah, that is actually kind of interesting.
So we got all these boars hanging out. Now, let's assume that these boars, we do not want these boars to be too close to the forest. Because if they are too close to the forest, then there is a chance maybe, like on a nomad map or maybe on somebody's competitive Arabia map, maybe there's a chance that there's a pocket in the forest and the boar could actually be placed in that pocket. Like he could get stuck. And some pro player would then complain about it. They'd be like, oh, I didn't get my boar. So what we're going to do is we're going to space these boars out. And we are going to say avoid forest zone. and we're going to avoid the forest zone by 4. And that means that boars will not be able to be placed within 4 tiles of any tree that exists on the map already when these boars are created as object.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
Okay. So we hit generate, and as you can see, the boars are now avoiding the forest.
Yeah.
All right. So, let's say that this is still way too many boar, right? Let's say that we're taking this map seriously, even though this map is kind of a joke map. Let's say that we took this map seriously and we said, you know, I wanna set up some kind of nomad map for this, and you know, I don't want this many boars. This is going to be absurd. Could you imagine Smokey getting this many boars in an FFA? Let's say that he plopped his town center down right here and got like 30 boar. That would be ridiculous, right?
We'd all be dead.
Yeah, we would all be dead within a lot faster. So what we're going to do is we're going to set up a temp min distance group placement. And we're going to set that up as 12. And then we're going to save. So what this means here is that each of these boars must be placed at least 12 tiles away from other boars in the same create object command. So now, when we add that and save it, and we hit generate, our boars are actually going to be spaced much more appropriately.
Oh, yeah.
And this actually looks like it could be a nomad map, right? Whereas before it was kind of a joke. So you see,
very evenly spaced.
Yep, and it will do its best to space them sort of evenly. So the higher that spacing is, the fewer boars you'll have on your map. It's that simple. So we could do other stuff, like we could place golds this way. So if we take our create object boar here, and we take this whole line and we copy it, and we paste it below, except this time we create object gold. Okay, we keep all of that information. Then we can say, we can add one more thing, maybe one more argument, which is number of objects 2, and then we're going to say set tight grouping. So we've added 2 arguments essentially to this. And it is basically going to do the same thing that we did for boars, except they're going to be 2 golds, and they're going to be tightly grouped together.
Nope, I've got no gold.
And sure enough,
I have gold.
We get our gold. So we'll go back to the screen so that Cookie Pirate can see what's going on.
2 tiles.
Well, now I've got
so if we set
I've
that
got a
8,
single clump of gold on the map. That's interesting.
How many groups of gold do you have? How many number of groups for gold do you have?
It says number of objects 2, set type grouping. Oh. It says groups 1, 10,000. Number of... I think that's what I erased over that by mistake.
Ah, okay. Yep. One
there we
group
go.
is the default.
That's better.
If you don't have a number of groups specified, then it will default to 1. And if you've got like number of groups half typed, then it will skip it and assume that you didn't specify a number of groups and then just give you 1.
Yeah,
now,
I had it half typed.
Let's say that we don't want these boar so close to the gold, right? Let's say that these boar are too close to the gold. There is a very basic parameter that we can install, and that is we can give these boar a min distance group placement. So we come up to the boar where the boar are done, and we say after maybe temp min distance group placement, we can say min distance group placement, let's say 4, and then we'll save it. So before I hit generate, I'm going to check this seed to make sure that this seed doesn't change, and I'm going to be looking up here at about maybe 11 o'clock, 10:30 to 11 o'clock up here. Between these 2 lakes in the corner, there is a boar for me that's right next to this gold pile. And there's another one actually too that's nearby. So now that I've made that change, I'm going to hit generate, and now we see that the boars are not next to the gold. They're not so close to the gold. Okay, this gold is now spaced properly. But we have to be very careful, okay? Because let's say that we started adding in a bunch of things with more min-distance group placement. When we have min-distance group placement, this is an extremely powerful parameter here. This parameter will affect every single object that comes after that board.
I noticed the gold moved.
Okay, so the
Different
gold has to move because the gold now has to respect that min-distance group placement. Let's add another min-distance group placement for that gold now. We'll copy that. We'll say we'll add that. We'll have that be 4, right? And then we'll copy the gold argument, and we're gonna make. Let's say that we wanted to make stone now. So we'll paste another one in. We'll come in here. We'll say stone. We'll hit Control S, and then we'll hit generate, and we should see stone crop up. That's also avoiding the gold by 3. And you can see that there's generally less stone than there is gold because the stone has to avoid both of those other things by 3. And if we, or 4, sorry. And if we get too big with this, like let's say that we made this min-distance group placement for the boars like 8, and for the golds it was 8, and for the stones it was 8. We save that again, and we generate it again. We may find that there's no room for the stone to appear. Because, I mean, you might get one here, and, you know, but otherwise there's just too much gold and too much boar around. So you have to be very careful with that min-distance group placement parameter. It's very useful to make sure that nothing is too close to anything else. But it can get in your way. Okay?
Now I've got stone and gold touching.
Sounds like
right
your gold does not have a min-distance group placement associated with it.
No, it doesn't. It has the temp.
Yep.
The stone has the min distance. The boar has the min distance, but the gold can just.
So try adding it to the gold and see what happens.
Okay. Basement. Oops. 4. I've just done 4 for everything.
Yep. We changed it to 8 to show what not to do. Because when it's 8, there's not enough room.
Yeah. Oh, it looks good now.
So 4 looks more reasonable. And I mean, we almost got ourselves a playable map. Right? We got gold, we got boar, we got stone, we got wood.
We just don't have players.
We just don't have players. That's right. And in order to make the players, we would have to go in and create player lands. So we might as well do that now.
And that is in player setup?
That is in land generation. We are creating player lands. Yep. So let us just do something simple. Create player lands, just like that. And we actually let me not type that just yet, okay? Because I want to kind of prove a point. So we're going to come back here and we're going to make these, we're going to make these have 4. So that's going to be right. We're going to fix that. And what we're going to do now in objects generation is we are going to create an object, and we're going to create villager. And now we're going to do these squiggly brackets, and we're going to say set place for every player. We're going to hit save here. Okay, so what this will do is this will create a villager. Oh, and we could do terrain to place on. And let's place these villagers on our beach. You'll see wet beach for me. So the players will start with a villager on the beach. So let's go ahead and try to generate that. And even though we're holding the seed, you can see that no villagers are created. The reason for that is because you cannot create player-controlled objects without having player lands. So no player controls this boar. So therefore we can create the boar without player lands. Similarly, no player controls this gold or stone. So therefore we can create them. But we cannot create the villagers because the players have no lands.
I did get villagers.
What? Where?
Oh, you know what? I didn't erase that create player lands bracket up
Oh,
at the
you
top.
cheater. Yeah. So that's why we do create player lands at the top. So we do create player lands. And we are going to simply put in here top border. Let's do left, right, top, bottom, actually. Left border, right border, left, right, top border, bottom border. And after each one of these, we're going to say like 30. We're going to put an argument of 30 in.
And what does that number do?
So that number tells the scripting engine that when you are creating these player lands, that they must avoid each edge of the map by 30% of the perpendicular direction. So
Okay, so that's percentage.
Yep. So the top border is this border right here. This is the top border.
Yep.
This is the bottom border. This is the left border, and this is the right border.
Okay.
Now, if I hit generate for me, I think you have a base terrain of grass, perhaps. Not really sure. Looks like I didn't generate anything. Oops.
I
didn't.
That's a big circle of grass right in the middle of mine.
Because I didn't save it. Okay, that's because we didn't specify a terrain type for these player lands. So we got this big circle of grass. We've got some villagers just kind of scattered around, right?
Yep.
And I actually like to do villager base F. I think it works a little bit better than just villager. And we got this big circle of grass. And what does this big circle of grass represent? This represents the player lands themselves, okay? And they are constrained to have to exist within, 30%. They have to avoid each edge by. So that ends up with this circle here. So if we wanted to, we could do something as crazy as we could say like create object, and then we could do town center. We could do set place for every player, and then we could do find closest. So what this will do is this will actually find the origin of the player land and put this town center directly on top of it. Unless there's like elevation or terrain that's blocking it, and it can't do that. It will. So now you can see that we've got these town centers on the grass.
Yeah, like right on the edge of the circle pretty much.
Yeah, somewhat close to it. You can hit generate, they might float around in there a little bit, but I think there's some kind of basic logic that tells them to try to avoid it. And now when we come over to this villager, we could do min distance and max distance to players. So instead of placing the villagers on DLC Wet Beach, we could say set place for every player, min distance to players, I believe 3 or 4, and then we're going to do max distance to players. I never do it this way. I always 6. Let's say that we did that. I always do it with after areas. Okay, so here are the villagers. You can see now that they're spawning around the town center properly because of min and max distance to players. Well, then that means that we probably gave them an illegal command. So this is the line of code right here. Do you have this exactly?
Set place for every player. I took away the terrain to place on beach. Let me erase that. Let me see here.
Yeah, there is no beach between 4 and 6 tiles from the town center. So therefore, if you had that in there, the villagers would not have a legal place to spawn.
Okay, yeah, now they're back.
Okay, and we can use this whole min and max distance to players concept to create player assigned resources. Like we could do that for golds, we could do that for deer, we could do that for boars. All right, so that's kind of a crash course in the very basics of random map scripting. So we've done that basically all off of Tech Chariot's memory of some basic predefined constants. You would need no knowledge of any of the reference materials to be able to cook up what we just did. It's basically just my memory, but my memory is somewhat limited. Oh, there's one more thing I wanted to mention. Have you noticed that the forests are now significantly larger? Like, look at this. Why do you guys suppose that is?
I don't know.
Probably there's less suitable space for it to go, so the clumps just end up getting put right next to each other.
Bingo.
Okay.
If we made it so that these player lands were dirt, these forests would go back to their original size. So let's give that a try. Let's come into our script file here, and where we're creating player lands, we're going to do terrain type dirt. We're going to hit Control S and we're going to save. And so now, instead of having this big circular patch of grass in the middle,
oh yeah,
we're going to have that change back to dirt. And now we got all these forests kicking around. Now, it's still not really acceptable to have forests that are this close to to players' town centers. So what we can do is we can come into terrain generation, and where we are generating the Palm Desert, in this case, we can say set avoid player start areas, and we'll say 15. So this will ensure that these neutral forests avoid player start areas by 15 tiles or more. Then, when we hit generate, these forests will not be able to impinge upon the town center. So you can see that the town centers are sort of in their own clearings now. Now, of course, it's going to kind of create this radius around the town center where no forest can spawn, and therefore the forest will still be a little bit bigger in other locations just because, like the case with the grass, they're not allowed here. But overall it's a smaller area that the forests are denied. Other thing we got here is you can see that we have our neutral boars and our neutral golds and stones like too close to the town centers.
Yep.
So to do this, to fix that, we can come in here to the boar, and where we have just after min distance group placement, we can say min distance to players, and we could put something like 30 in there. And this is telling the boars to avoid the town center, and then we'll copy that over to the gold, and we'll copy that over to the stone. And that is telling the boars and the golds and the stones to avoid town centers by 30 tiles. The origin of any player starting area. Okay? And so now when we update it, you can see that we've got town centers here, and we do have neutral resources, but they're a minimum of 30 tiles away.
Oh yeah.
Now we can do player assigned objects, and we can give each player like the 2 gold piles or whatever, whatever we want to do, we can give that to the players. And that we will make sure is fair and everything like that, or at least that the players will have the same number of it. And players will care about that and notice that a lot more because it is closer to their town center. Whereas players are not going to be going out counting like how many neutral golds there are in general. So hopefully this kind of, we've basically got, let's count how many lines. I mean, we might have 40 lines total here. Let's do one more thing for player setup, and we need to do random placement. And this will make sure that the players, the town centers are placed truly randomly. Okay. So there's a quick crash course in random map scripting and how it works. There is one more thing that I want to show, and then I'm going to step away for about 5 minutes, and I'll be right back. And hopefully you guys are interested in making a map with me with some very basic techniques. All right, how does that sound?
Sounds awesome.
All right, so while I take a quick break, I'm just going to show you in the random map scripting server, okay, random map AOE2, which I invited both of you to earlier. Okay, let's come over here. The cat is complaining because he wants to go have his supper. Okay, we brought this over onto the screen. Okay, under RMS resources up here, beneath the info, you're going to see constants list for DE. You're going to want that. You're going to want the DE scripting guide, and you're going to want the one with terrains.
Okay.
So
sorry, where's that at again?
It is in the RMS server, and the types of spreadsheets that it's going to give you under RMS resources, you're going to need three things. The first and most important thing that you're going to need is you're going to need this Age of Empires 2 definitive random map scripting guide. And this has all the skin tax skeleton. This is written by a friend of mine called Zetnus.
Oh,
and
nice.
It's got every single argument that you could ever potentially want to put in your random map script is listed out here, described, defined. It tells you what it does, and a little bit of basic information about how to use it. So it's got the different generation sections here. He knows about connections. He knows a lot more about connections than I do. And then there are some other references here as well. So this is a great reference book. This is basically the book on random map scripting. And you can't really be a random map scripter without having this. All right. So that's number one, what you're going to need. Number two, what you're going to need is there is a terrain spreadsheet somewhere in that list of resources. And it will tell you some predefined terrains, RMS constant. It'll give you the constant ID number, which we might need to define later. And it'll give you a few comments or basic description about what that terrain is. Okay. So we've worked with like 5 different terrains in just this basic demonstration that we've done, but know that there are 111 of them. So there are a lot of options for this. You can make some pretty good looking stuff with some of these options here. And then finally, definitive constants list. This is every single constant in the game. Some things are predefined. Like if you want Guademuk, the hero warrior, you want him as a scout or something like that, he is not predefined. But you can define him yourself if you know his ID number. And there are all kinds of objects in here. Basically every object, gold mines, stone mines, just all sorts of stuff within this spreadsheet that you're going to want to have access to. And this will be useful for the objects generation section.
Now, where is that file? Is that in the RMS resources?
Yep, that is also in the RMS resources. So while you guys are downloading those files and checking them, I recommend saving them in a convenient quick link access folder. I have mine in this references folder that is a subfolder of my random map scripts folder that we are working with here. So here's not my first map script, and then references here, and then I've got a lot of these spreadsheets. Here's the map scripting guide, here's the constants list, and here's the terrain. Okay. And
I must be looking at the wrong one.
Zetnus goes and he updates these guides every time that there is an update to the game. So I'll be right back, guys. Give me about 5 minutes. We'll give you guys a chance to procure those spreadsheets, and then we'll proceed to making maybe a test map out.
Before you go, real quick.
Yep.
Which is the one with the unit list? That's constants?
Yep, constants list.
Okay. Yeah, all right. There we go. Got it.
Okay. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. Give me 5 minutes.
I'm also going to step away real quick.
All right,
You want your supper? Come
5
here.
minutes.
Come here, buddy. Hey, 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 come here. All right, whatever.
All right, I'm back. Excuse me.
All right. All right, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
All right, I'm back. Thank you for sticking with me. Hopefully you're able to access all of those materials without too much issue.
Mm-hmm. I'm looking through the list of the different objects that you can put down.
Mm-hmm.
There's a 1,000 something of them.
Yes, between 1,000 and 2,000. Quite a few choices.
Yeah, it looks like it goes up to about 1,800 for me.
Yep.
I'm looking for something very specific. You probably could guess what it is.
Okay. Of the stone heads?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to wipe out these lines that I have here. We might rewrite a lot of this stuff, but we don't have to. Okay, actually, you know what I'll do? Whatever, I'll just wipe it out for now. But you can actually comment out things. Yeah, let's comment stuff out. Actually, it's probably the right thing to do, and it would be a good lesson here.
Yeah, is that best practice to do that?
I don't know. I don't know.
It's preference, I guess.
So, in order to comment something out, what you have to do is you have to have a slash, a forward slash like that, and then the asterisk, and then go and push the asterisk down there, and then the slash afterward. Okay? And that will get rid of my lands here. And I think it'll get rid of my player lands too, actually, in the corners. And then we'll just kind of have, nope, just open terrain now at this point. Okay, because we did not, oh, we did comment out our player lands, actually. Well, I don't really know what's going on then. Our player lands should also be commented out, but we're going to comment out everything. We're going to also comment out the elevation. We're going to comment out terrains. If you have an actual editor, like you have Visual Studio Code or you have Notepad++, there are shortcuts that you can use to comment things out. A simple keystroke would do it. But we have to manually go in and type this in because we are not using that. We're just using Notepad. So I highly recommend looking into Visual Studio Code or Notepad++. Okay, so now that we've commented everything out, we basically should just have a blank map of dirt. Because I did not, yep, there we go. I did not change it at all. It's just, if I didn't define it, it would be grass. So here's what we're going to do, you guys. We are going to make this very basic islands map that has an island of gold in the middle, and the islands are relatively large, and they have stone walls on them. Because Warlion wanted to learn how to make an arena type map, so we're gonna show that. JC wants to do an islands map, so I'm like, okay, well we'll make arena islands, I guess. Who knows?
That'd be cool.
Somebody's probably already made a map like this. It's not hard. The hard part is the mastery of it and like the networking to make connections and get people to try it out and get feedback to make it the best as possible, but also, you know, to have people play it and to show it off. Because there are a lot of map scripters out there that just make these wonderful maps and they don't know anybody. Nobody plays them and they get discouraged. Which is the opposite. That's kind of the reason why this community was founded, was so that stuff like that would not happen. I wanted people to play on custom maps, not just my own, but any custom maps that were shared within the community. Okay, so let's come back over to this script. We got all this stuff commented out, so you guys will recognize this, but just know that it's not doing anything if it's inside of the comments. So we're gonna put a bunch of spaces here. We're gonna leave this random placement. That's fine. Connections. We're gonna do something with connections this time, but this time I've got Zetnus's guide up in front of me, so that'll really help. So the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna change for our land generation, we're going to change our basic type of terrain, okay? And we are going to come over here to the terrains, and we are going to find non-navigable beach. So beach non-navigable right here. And we are going to place that as our base terrain. So we are going to come in and we're going to, into the player setup section, although technically you can do it anywhere. And we're going to type this pound sign, and we're going to do constant, and we're going to have NNB. And NNB is going to stand for non-navigable beach. And then we're going to assign the number. The number that we need to assign is 79. Okay, so we're going to put a 79 right there. And then our base terrain,
Constants.
it is in player setup. We put the pound sign, CONST, and then NNB 79. And now our land generation is going to be, for base terrain, we're just going to have NNB.
All right.
Just like that.
Just slow down a little bit. What is that? NN? It looks like an 8.
It is a B. Zoom
Okay.
in on it. And we could even put a comment after this. We have to be careful. We need to make sure that we have spaces in here. And we're going to say defining non-navigable beach. Just like that.
Oh, bless you.
Thank you. Okay. So that's it. That's all that we're doing. We're just changing the base terrain to non-navigable beach.
Now, non-navigable means you can't have units pass over it, you can't build on it.
You can build on it. You can build all kinds of stuff on it. Pavilions, pyramids, keeps.
Oh, wow.
It's essentially land terrain. Or, sorry, creposts.
Okay.
The significance of non-navigable beach is that if you are a ship, you cannot pass over it.
Oh.
Okay? And this is done because we are going to be elevating this and putting things at certain elevations. And when you
Okay.
do that, the base terrain acts like a canvas. And near areas of elevation, this base terrain will get sucked upward. And it will be at an angle or at an elevation. And I do not want ships sailing up at elevation, at least not for this. All right.
So, stupid question, maybe, but is there something called navigable beach, or is it just...
Yep, it's just standard beach terrain.
Okay.
Okay, so now we're going to place our player lands. So we're going to copy this right here. Create player lands, terrain type, dirt. We're going to not do borders, though. I think, we need to have that squiggly bracket at the end. We could try the borders, actually. That would be somewhat fun. But I think that what we want to do is we want to do a new argument called circle radius. And we're going to do, let's say, 30 and 0. Now, if we just generated this create player land command right here, then, well, it wouldn't look any different. It would basically just look like dirt. Because without specifying the size of these create player lands, it's going to try to take up the whole map. So we need to do two things. The first thing that we need to do is we need to do base size. And we're going to set a base size of 5. Or actually, maybe 7 for now. And then we're going to do land. We're actually going to do number of tiles, I should say. And we're going to do 300. Okay. And right up here in player setup, after random placement, we are going to specify behavior version 1, which is the more accurate version. In this version, the total number of tiles encompasses the base size. Whereas without it, it will be 300 tiles added to whatever area this is. Yep. With behavior version 1, the total size of this land will be 300 tiles, and that includes this basic rectangle. So for now, let's change the number of tiles to 0, just for the purposes of demonstration. And we'll hit Control S, And we'll generate it here.
Real quick, I may have missed this as I was getting set up, but so where you put the number sign constant NNB, is that so that just is a shortcut? So when you type NNB, it knows to pull that type of terrain up?
It's not a shortcut. It's actually necessary because
Oh, really?
Because terrain number 79 does not have a predefined constant name. So whereas before we were getting away with it, like we were doing dirt. You know, dirt
Okay.
is predefined, and water is predefined, and all that other stuff is predefined. A lot of these are predefined, especially the older ones that are associated with the Age of Kings. But this particular type of terrain is not predefined, so we have to have it.
Okay, that makes more sense. Okay.
So there is one more thing that we're going to do, but as you guys can see, if we don't specify if we specify 0 tiles, then our player land will essentially just be this square. Okay.
Right.
Now we're going to come in here to our map script, and we are going to specify maybe a base elevation of 1. Okay. And then we hit save, we generate it, and you'll see what I'm talking about.
Go back to the script, please.
Yep.
Oh, for player lands, base elevation. So 0 is the default?
Base elevation, I think the default for that is 3 or something like that. I'm sorry, elevation, the base elevation default is 0. Yeah, base size, the default is 3.
Can it go negative or no?
It cannot go negative.
Okay.
So we've specified base elevation 1 here. And as you can see, this non-navigable beach is stretched up to accommodate this square.
Yep.
How you doing, Warlion?
I'm a little bit behind. I understand
We'll leave
where
up
you got the terrain, where you got NNB 79 from. Like what document?
That is the terrain generation, or the AOE2 terrains document.
Okay, I didn't find that one for some reason.
Did you find it, JC?
Yeah.
Okay, let me see if I can. If you have it, JC, can you send a link to that message to Warlion so that he can get it? Let me see if I can find it as well.
I'm just going to give you the link to the actual file.
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah, the Google Doc, right?
Yeah, here, I'll post it.
I have the scripting guide. Is it within that?
No.
No, it's separate. I put the link in the voice channel.
Where?
So you click TV voice 1, open chat.
I don't see. Where's the chat? Oh, here we go. Show chat. Oh, thank you.
Yep.
Perfect. Okay. I was just confused how to find that. Thank you so much.
Well, that's why we're here. That's why we're here, Warline. And if you get stuck, or if you're not caught up, just let me know, and we will stop and we'll make sure that you get caught up, because we don't want people to fall behind and feel frustrated. So yeah, the base elevation is inherently 0. We got this getting stretched upward. If this were like regular beach, which we could do, if it were regular beach, then the caravels would be able to come all the way up here, and that would be pretty ugly. Okay, so we're going to do some basic stuff here. We're going to see, first of all, if we can create, because it looks like some of this non-navigable beach got pulled upward, and it got pulled upward to accommodate the elevation of this dirt. So what we're going to do is, in terrain generation, we're going to copy this terrain for the pine forest, this command here. We're going to create terrain, dirt. And the base terrain is going to be NNB for the non-navigable beach. We are going to do the theoretical maximum number of clumps, 9320. We're going to set land percent equal to 100. And the height limits we're going to set equal to 1, 1. And then finally, we're going to say set scale by groups.
Why is it 9320? Is it just random?
It's just that number. That's the number.
Okay.
When you're scaling something, this is the maximum number that the scripting engine can handle. And but it doesn't really matter too much for this case. But the point is that we want to convert all non-navigable beach that is at height 1, 1, or that is between heights 1 and 1, should be converted into dirt. When we add that to terrain generation and hit enter, we should expand the size of these rectangles a little bit. And as you can see, that is indeed the case. So this dirt is a little bit bigger now.
Something all screwed up.
I'll bring up the script again.
Yeah, do that.
I've still got my water coming up.
Well, you were supposed to comment out the water before, remember?
I thought I did. Create
Let's see,
terrain water. Yeah,
NNB.
it's commented out.
Number of clumps, 9320.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm just gonna delete all the comment out stuff because it's
Yeah, it's confusing me. I have
yeah,
to
it's more
Freaking
cluttered
new.
than it. Yeah.
The comments are not very robust. If there's like anything, like if and there is actually stuff in the random map scripting guide about comments. And there's all kinds of things it shows you that like you think this is a comment, but it's not actually a comment, and so it tries to execute that line of code anyway.
Mhm.
So this is
I
what you
still
need
have-
right here.
I still have water showing up.
I don't have anything showing up.
Well,
I'm gonna erase the comment thing.
All right, go ahead and wipe out your comments and see if that helps.
Yep, that actually did. Actually generated.
yeah. Well, I don't have water, but I have like the shoreline effect.
Let me see.
I have two though.
Let me see what you've got.
For some reason I have two elevated terrains in different spots. I don't know why.
All right, Cookie Pirate, can you show me your player lands? Go
Terrain
ahead.
type dirt.
No, show me your script.
Oh, do you not see it?
Hold on. No, I don't see it. Is it because you're sharing your game?
Yeah. Let me Okay, do you see it now?
Okay, yes. Can you expand that to be the entire
Size of the screen?
Yep. All right, now let's zoom in. Let's see what you got here. So you got base terrain, non-navigable beach, that's 79. You're creating dirt within that circle radius, so that stuff looks good. And then you're creating terrain dirt on top of, can you hit control and then scroll up on the wheel of your mouse? There we go.
Oops.
Okay. So you got base terrain NNB, number of clumps 9320. So you don't have any instructions to generate water at all. So if you hit save and you go back to the random map scripting engine, you shouldn't have any water, which you don't.
Yeah, but do
Yeah,
you
you're
see the
good.
shoreline there?
Oh, well, just change the map size. That's a visual bug. Here you were had me thinking that you were still getting
Yeah.
water going on.
So
Okay.
I got that, although I still have some beach tiles that are at 1 that are not converted to dirt.
Try going back to your script. And you see that dirt creation command right there? Copy
Right
that
here?
whole thing. Yeah, copy that whole thing. that whole line, and hit Control C, and then paste it below that one like 3 times. Sometimes it requires a little extra persuasion. All right, now hit Control S, pick the seed, same seed. Hit
Oh
generate.
shoot! No, I just left random checked, but no.
All right, that looks a lot better.
Yeah, there.
So
Yeah,
sometimes
that looks better.
Sometimes it has some inertia. All right, how are you doing, War Lion?
My PC crashed. I sent you a message. I guess you didn't see it yet.
I just saw it.
So I have to. Yeah.
So War Lion will be right back then. Where were you at the point of the crash?
Basically, I don't know. I don't know.
You said that it was all right. That it had been generating properly. So we'll get War Lion.
Yeah.
We'll get War Lion caught up here in just a little bit when his PC gets loaded back up. So you were getting the elevated dirt, right? You were getting the elevated dirt over the non-navigable beach.
But I was getting it in 2 areas for some reason.
2 areas
on the map, yeah.
Yeah, you should get 2 areas, 1 for each player.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So I'm gonna take this command and I'm gonna copy this command over, and I'm gonna follow the advice that I gave JC. Just because this thing is sometimes not very good at getting everything with 1. And this is just kind of a cleanup. You can do land cleanup in terrain generation. Oops. Control S. All right, so we'll save it. So I have something similar here. Now, and we can even put a comment above this in terrain generation too. So we type 2 of these slashes here, and then we put asterisks in between, and then we make sure that we put 2 spaces in between. So there's a space to the left and a space to the right. And we're going to say clean up non-navigable beach terrain and island interface. Okay. And let's see. There is one more thing that I want to do. And that is that we want to create a single land in the center of the map. And we are going to maybe make that land a little bit bigger. Maybe the base size will be slightly larger. And that is going to be our neutral island, and maybe it'll have some gold on it. Who knows? All right, so we're gonna say, copy this over right here. Create land. Land position, we're going to say 50-50 because that's the center of the map. 50% along one edge, 50% along the other edge. We are going to say that the base size for that is going to be 3. Actually, 3 is a little small. Let's say that the base size will be 10%, or 10 tiles. And we're going to do number of tiles. And we're going to say that that's going to be 0, 0 for now. We're going to get rid of clumping factor, terrain type. We're going to say, we're actually going to put terrain type at the front. We're going to call that dirt as well. Let's say we could actually go like dirt 2 for now, though, just to make it somewhat different. And we're going to say that the base elevation for that is also 1. So now we should get this dirt 2 land that's essentially right in the middle between these 2 players.
So get rid of terrain type DLC wet beach.
We'll make it dirt. We'll make it dirt just for the purposes of consistency. So this is what we're going to have. We're going to have created player lands, and we're going to have a created land in the center. Now, I think that this base size is going to be a problem, or maybe it's just too big of a base size. So maybe we decrease this base size closer to 5, okay? The thing is that the larger the base size is, the more likely that this land is to grow in a round shape. If we have a small base size, this land could go off and grow in just like one big line and
Yeah.
have that be, and be satisfied with that.
Oh, holy cow. Yeah, I've got something wonky.
Okay, so this is the basics of what we have here. These are elevated over the non-navigable beach terrain, or at least the bulk of it. All right, so now let's come over here into terrain generation. Actually, let's say that we want waves. Let's go over here to elevation generation. And I'm just going to copy what I have for elevation 7 here because it's pretty simple. Create elevation, let's say 2. Base terrain is going to be NNB. And we're going to leave the rest of that. And we'll see what happens here.
Leave it up for a sec, please.
Yep. Hang on, I'm just checking to make sure that it's a good recommendation. No, it is not. But this is what I had. Oh, I didn't save it, that's why. All right, here it is.
Hey, hold on. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Kind of neat, this little dirt ring on the hill that I have, but I've got this really tall hill in the middle. It butts up right against one of the bases.
Okay, I'm finally back. Everything.
All right, welcome back, Warlion. So that's not what we're not. Just go ahead and give that 0 tiles for now. You want the base elevation for that island in the middle to be 0 at this time.
All right, so let me see what you got.
Or 1 at this time, I should say.
Where?
So your third line after land generation, base elevation is 4 for that neutral land. Set that equal to 1.
Let's see, elevation.
Yeah, okay. So now it's just a big thing in the center.
Yep.
Yeah. And I'm still getting gold and stuff. I guess I didn't star out that other stuff.
Yep.
Which I'm okay with it not being starred out if it doesn't affect anything.
It'll be okay for now. Warline is getting caught up. He's taking a look at the created player lands and the neutral land in the middle.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I have to try something.
Now be careful
So I
because.
need to create.
Sorry, Warline.
Oh, no problem. I just need to create the terrain type dirt. Let's see, create. And
let's go down to terrain generation now, so you can see that. And we repeated this command 4 times, just so that it would make sure that it did it, because sometimes you'll have to do that.
okay, so that's repeated the same one 4 times?
Yeah, this is the same thing. It's just repeated 4 times.
Edit it. Using a different program now than Notepad. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, Notepad is pretty clunky. All right, so are you caught up to us, Warlion?
Let's see. I need the land generation. So I need the
Okay.
second line.
Okay, we'll
that.
bring you back up to the land generation.
Thank you. So that's terrain type dirt and position. Think I'm caught up now.
Okay. Well, holler if you need anything, because that's why we're here.
Okay, perfect. Thanks.
So let us go back down to terrain generation, and now we're going to layer. Well, actually, let me test this to make sure that elevation is happening. Okay, elevation is indeed happening, and I kind of like this. We're going to have this as be sort of a rocky
Mine don't look
ocean,
like
if
yours.
you will. Okay.
Mine are just bumps. You see my screen?
I don't see your screen. Does it look like my screen, though?
It looks similar, except mine are just smaller bumps.
All right, let me take a look at yours. Warlion. Oh, okay, here we go.
Uh-oh. What happened? Did I crash again?
I'm trying to load your stream now.
Oh. I thought someone left the chat, or maybe that was me.
I don't see it.
You don't see my screen?
No.
Huh,
Let me try
that's weird.
Let me try closing this and reloading it.
Yeah, it says I'm live.
And it says I'm watching your stream.
Hmm.
It's stuck in perpetual loading screen. So the reason it's only affecting this, actually, let's come back here and let's say that we want to create elevation 1. So you can see that we've got kind of all of these little rocky outcroppings here. It doesn't really matter too much, okay? And these are just all sort of little islands scattered around. Maybe people can build docks on them or build fishing ships on them. It doesn't really matter to me. Let's come over here.
I just think my tile size for those is off for some reason.
Could be. So let's come over here to elevation generation, or sorry, terrain generation, and let's add something else in. Let's put a little comment on top. Make sure that there are the spaces on the left and right hand side. And we're going to say now layering in navigable beach. So we are going to do create terrain, beach. We're going to do the squiggly brackets. We're going to do base terrain, NNB, number of clumps, 9320, set scale by groups, land percent 100, and we're going to do spacing to other terrain types. And we are going to say that that is equal to, let's do 1 for now.
Get rid of height limits.
No height limits, because we could do height limits of 0, 0 in here. Let's try it without, though. Now we should be putting navigable beach in this case. So the map will not look any different. But if we go over here to units and we select caravels, you see that we can now put caravels in. The stuff is sort of divided amongst different elevations. Okay.
So where it's flat, you can, and then if you try to put it up on the slope, you can't.
Exactly. And
Okay.
that's true with anywhere.
Right. Because you don't want ships sailing uphill.
Yep, it would be quite.
I mean, I think it would be cool, but for the purpose of
it violates my sense of propriety. I cannot do it.
Right.
All right, and then the next one we're going to say layering in water. And we are going to create terrain, water, squiggly brackets, base terrain. We are going to say that that is beach that we want to target. I'm going to do number of clumps, 9320. Set scale by groups. Land percent. Try to occupy 100. And now we're going to do spacing to other terrain types 1. And now we should
look at
get
that.
a nice ocean.
That's
Okay.
cool. Oh, yours came out. I've just got a big open ocean with, it looks like actually the islands kind of joined up a little bit.
Yep. And I might have a little excessive amounts of islands, but that's always something that you can tweak in the elevation generation. So the square portions that I have here, these are the actual lands that are placed. But these sort of random little islands cropping up, that's from elevation generation. It looks to be actually quite balanced, which is nice. So maybe we reduce the amount of this, 1200. How you coming, Warlion?
I'm behind. I just don't have enough time to type what you're typing.
Oh, okay. Let me leave this up for a sec.
Could you highlight where we just did?
Yep.
Help.
We just did this.
Okay.
I'm not sure why, but so I've got the 2 player start islands and then that third big island in the middle. It is almost always connecting with one of the other existing islands.
Yep. And we should probably do something about that, huh?
Yeah.
And we will, once Warlion is all caught up and he's typing.
Didn't we just type something water? Okay, create terrain.
Yep.
Water.
Yep, and we layer that on the beach.
Just the comments are confusing me. I'm like, where do I...
Oh.
Yeah,
just
if
like,
you...
My brain is like jumping around, like looking at them, and then I'm like, ah.
My comments or the comments that are on your sheet are confusing?
Just like the comments being there in general. I know they need to be there, but it's just my eyes are just getting thrown off.
I think the comments from the map demo we did before, I think probably would be less confusing if you just delete those.
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah. I had to, because I was...
Oh, yeah, that's better. Because that's confusing me a lot, because I don't know where to look.
Mm-hmm.
I think I have it correct now. Let me see if it generates. Oh, see, I'm not getting water.
So are you laying the water in on beach?
Base terrain. No, I'm not. So that goes after base terrain, beach.
Yep.
I have NNB in there for some reason.
You probably copy and pasted create terrain beach, and you changed the beach to water, but you didn't change the base terrain from NNB to beach. So we're layering beach on top of this non-navigable beach with a spacing of 1 to all other terrain types. And then we're layering water on top of that with another spacing of 1.
Could you show your code again?
Yep.
Okay, under terrain, elevation, generation, right? That's where we're at?
Yep. Elevation generation, and then comes terrain.
Okay, so why do I have... Like, I have 4 base terrains for dirt under terrain generation.
So
not in the right
this is one line
spot.
right here. This is one line right here.
Okay.
This is the first line that we did. And then all that we did was copy it over 4 times to make sure, because it was a controversial line. And the scripter struggles to do that kind of thing. And then this is where we actually start doing something new.
Comment, okay, and then that's where I'm lost at.
So then we want to create
terrain beach.
Yep. It will not appear to be doing anything if you generate it by itself, because beach looks identical to non-navigable beach. However, if you go in the scenario editor and you try to place ships, you should be able to see that you are able to place ships properly.
I feel like it's correct, but okay, so it's number of clumps 9320.
Mm-hmm.
Set scale by groups, land percent 100, spacing to other terrain types 1.
Yep.
I've done something. It won't generate that.
I am
think
not
the
able.
comments that I'm adding are just really throwing me off.
Could you do me a favor and post a screenshot of your code in the chat for this channel?
Yeah, I can.
Just do the snip code and all, because I can't seem to see your screen for whatever reason. But maybe I can.
What about now? Can you see you can't see my window at all?
Hold on.
Because I switched it from full screen to just the code window. But I can screenshot if you need.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Warline. It won't let me. Just paste that here in the chat window. I'm sure that it's a typo.
I don't know how to add a screenshot to that chat. Let's see. Do I add an attachment to the chat? Use apps?
So if you copy the image, just DM me the image. If you can't paste it in the chat. All right.
Sent it.
Yep. Bringing it up. Okay, the reason nothing is happening is because your comments are not correct. You need a comment that is a // and an asterisk and a space. You don't have that on 27.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So you need to put a space between that L and that asterisk, And then on the
Okay.
other side of the comment, you need that slash to be / and not backslash.
Slash.
Alright, I gotta get up a couple minutes. I've got my headset, so I can hear you all, but I'm gonna go on mute.
Okay, we'll be here. So if you make that correction and you get rid of the duplicate, what you currently have, what I'm looking at in lines 29 and 30, you have 2 of the same beach command.
Yeah. So I
So
delete that.
Yeah, you don't need that. But you have to fix the comment because that's what's killing it.
So do we have to add the comments
You don't have
every
to,
time?
but if you go back
Just
to
help.
review your work, it'll help you a lot. All right, how is that? Are you doing better now? Does it work?
Let me see. Oh, I gotta save it. I can't generate water. I don't.
Well, I don't believe that
Let me just erase the comments.
You didn't have water there.
See, if I
you
erase the
have-
comments, it worked.
Okay.
But I understand how the comments would help, so I don't really want to not do it without the comments.
Can you show me
That's
the latest version of your comments? Send me another screenshot.
I deleted all the comments.
Okay, and you're getting the water?
Yeah, it's generating now.
Okay.
So what are the parameters or whatever for comments? They have to be
It is
asterisk and / and then asterisk and /
it is in Zetness's guide.
Okay.
A lot of people have gotten burned by comments. So I'm sharing on my screen. You can see some examples of comments. This is a comment. This is a multi-line comment. This is a nested comment. This is not a 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 comment. This comment never ends. This comment never ends. This comment never ends.
If you essentially do it wrong, it throws off everything.
Yes, everything behind it will not be read.
Okay. All right, we can. Sorry to hold you up. We can.
No. That's what this is all about.
The comments are just messing me up.
You do not have to put the comments in. We can worry about the comments another time. If deleting the comments helps you, and we're able to move along without you having the comments in there, and you want to worry about the comments later, that's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, so we got the beach, we got the water here. I'm going to dial back the number of tiles here. Let's do like 800 for this create elevation 1. Try to spread that out a little bit more, make them not so dense. Maybe even 800 is excessive. Let's try number of clumps, perhaps 20.
All right, I'm back.
And maybe let's make the number of tiles 100. And let's really try to get these islands under control. Yeah, 120. 100 and then 20. Something like that. It could be maybe a little bit unfair, but we'll just sort of leave that for now. The big thing that you got to know is that we have a few rocky outcroppings here. It's not fair, but we could make it fair later if we needed to. Okay. So we have.
You've got.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say you've got a ton of those tiny islands, and I don't.
So if you go to create elevation 1, and you
Yeah.
elevate non-navigable beach, you elevate a number of tiles equal to 100, and you elevate 20 clumps. You set those scale by groups, and you enable
Yep.
balanced elevation. Do
Yep.
you get these islands? Is your
No.
is your script file saved before you hit generate
Yeah, it is.
with that update? All right, let me take a look at what you have.
Okay. Oh, and I've got
I
this
don't see anything for
visual
you.
bug again.
I don't see anything for you.
Let's change that again.
Can you show
Okay.
me? Can you show me your script? I don't see any elevation for you. Okay.
Create elevation 1.
You need to put a space between your opening squiggly bracket and base terrain.
Oh, whoops.
It's very, very, very sensitive. It'll ignore what it doesn't understand, but
Yep, there we go.
ultimately, that could be a bad
Yeah.
thing, because that could mean you have no idea what's going on, because it won't tell you what
But
the
this
error
just,
code
yeah.
is.
This just looks kind of wonky again, though, because I've got the shoreline, and look at how the islands that are popping up are square. Like actual square. Set that visual bug again.
Yes, so change the map size.
Yep, and then I regen, and I get the same thing. Is that just a constant?
Yes. Yep, you
Okay.
got it. Will the devs ever fix it? Who knows? All right.
It is Microsoft.
So now we're coming up here, and
Yep.
we want to change some parameters for this. We want our player lands to be larger. We want probably our neutral island in the middle to be a little bit larger. But I think the big thing that we need to achieve here is we want to make sure that these outcroppings, if you will, are not impinging upon the player lands or upon this land in the middle. So here's what we're going to do. We're actually going to come back here to our land generation, and we are going to create some lands. So we're going to create land. We're going to do the squiggly brackets. We're going to do terrain type grass. We're going to do land position 1, 1, and then we're going to say that it is zone 1, and we're going to have it, and then we're going to add another argument that says other zone avoidance distance. And we're going to give that, we're going to say that it's 4. Okay.
And then get rid of, we don't need any base size or land percent or anything?
Nope, because what's going to happen is this, now when you go over to create elevation 1 here, in your elevation section,
yep,
have that target base terrain grass instead of NNB.
Terrain grass.
Yep, so you're putting down this grassland, right? And this grassland is just a placeholder. This grassland is here just to give our elevation something to spawn on. And the way that we keep this elevation from spawning right next to our islands is we're going to tell that grassland that it is allowed to spawn on to avoid these islands by at least 4. So I'm going to check to keep this seed to confirm that these do not spawn too close. All right. So finally, I'm going to, actually for good measure, I'm going to come over here and I'm going to copy this grassland, and I'm going to paste, and I'm going to put one of these in every single corner, just for good measure. All right. So I'm going to have 199, and I'm going to have 99.1, the whale, and then I'm going to have 99.99, just like that. So they are all going to be zone 1. They're all going to have the same other zone avoidance distance. And we could actually even put spaces in here to make it more readable. That's fine. Something like this, maybe. That's the nice thing, is you can sort of space it out like that. So there is one more thing that we're going to have to do in the terrain generation section. before we ever hit generate on that. Remember, guys, that we've got a bunch of grass kicking around now in the lowlands around our map. And it's got some bubs on it from the elevation generation, but we need to convert that grass back into non-navigable beach. So I'm going to add a comment here. Warline is exempt from comments. And this comment says converting outlier grass to non-navigable beach, just like that. Control S to save it. And then all that we're going to need to do is we're going to take create terrain dirt. We're just going to copy that command underneath this comment, and we're going to change it from dirt to non-navigable beach. And we're going to change the base terrain in that from non-navigable beach to grass. And we are not going to establish a height limits because we don't need it. And there we go. We have a basic command that finds all grass on this map and converts it into non-navigable beach. And we might as well repeat that 4 times. And the only reason we're introducing this grass initially is because we know that we can make this grass grow around these islands so that we can put the elevation on that and it won't be too close.
Alright. Let me make sure I have what you've got.
Yep.
Yeah, let me
Base
double check.
terrain grass.
Grass. You don't change the number of clumps. Why is that?
That is the theoretical maximum
Okay.
if we're scaling it by groups.
We need 4 of those.
We probably don't have to have 4, but I'd like to put 4 in for good measure, just to make sure we get them all. Because if we don't get them all, then it'll cause problems later on, because this is the first command. And so if something isn't quite right on this, it will get carried through the rest of the terrain layering. And it can produce some ugly situations.
Okay.
Hold on.
Yep.
See, so we don't need height limits on that.
Nope.
Okay.
Because we are finding any and all grass that is there, and we're saying you don't belong here. We're converting you to non-navigable beach. The only reason that we introduced you in the land generation section, the only reason we introduced that was to be able to control where those little islands are.
Right. Okay, let me just double check. All right, I think I'm caught up now.
Okay. So now we're going to cross our fingers, panic. We got our eye on this right here. We got the same seed checked, and we're going to hit generate and just make sure that these islands are no longer too close to the main island. And indeed, we can see that that is the case.
Mine generated weird grasslands and things.
All right, well, let's...
Mine are still touching.
Okay, so first question. Do you have these 4 lands placed in the corners? In zone 1?
Yes, I do.
Do they have the other zone avoidance distance of 4?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on. Terrain.
Cookie Pirate is going to check.
Other zone avoidance distance 4.
Yep.
Let me make sure. Create land terrain type dirt.
You want grass.
No, I've got grass. I'm looking at the dirt line above it. It looks somewhat different than you've got base size was 5. Number yeah, it's the terrain type dirt and the player lands are just there. You must have changed them. I must have missed them.
Let's see. Create land, terrain type, grass. That's what I have, but mine doesn't generate water for some reason.
Okay.
I don't know.
Can you send me a screenshot of your code?
Yeah.
We'll take a look here.
Okay, now I've got something similar to what you have. I think I'm set.
Okay. Warlion is going to send me a screenshot of his. Sounds like Warlion is getting the grass. Okay.
Yeah, my comments are not correct. I just copied and pasted them. So just a heads up.
So we're creating terrain N and B, base terrain grass. Okay, so you need land percent 100 in there, Warlion.
Land percent under where?
So the very last, so you're creating terrain NNB, base terrain grass, number of clumps 9320.
Oh, I see.
Land percent, you need 100% there. I
100
don't know
on
if
all
that
four
is
of
the
them.
issue. Let me see if I can see any other issues here.
Try that.
That should do it for you.
That's for all four of those.
Yep.
Outlier grass. Navigable. Unnavigable beach. Didn't
That didn't do it?
generate water that time. I have a typo there. Let me see if that. Oh, there we go. I had a S just randomly in a spot to generate the water that time.
And you have,
Okay.
after set scale by groups, you also have an underscore when you're creating the beach terrain and the water terrain. That should not be there.
After where?
So set scale by groups in the image that you sent me. In create terrain beach and create terrain water, both of those lines, there is an underscore after the S.
After the S. So on line 38.
Let me actually stream. I'll show you. So in line 38, right here.
Oh, so I don't need an underscore there.
You should not have an underscore there.
Should not have.
You don't have it for any of the other set scale by groups.
True. That must have been. I don't know why I have that. Okay.
Okay. So assuming that we get these islands to avoid these little islands to avoid the main islands more, I'll take it off of that particular seed. We'll generate it a few more times, but they should no longer be touching. We could increase that distance a little bit, I think, if we wanted to, but the important thing is that they are no longer touching, and we're going to kind of challenge this later. So let's come up here, and let's...
Just a quick question.
Yeah.
Sorry. To change that, you would change the zone avoidance distance?
Yes.
From 4 to something else? Okay.
Let's keep this seed, for instance, and let's come in here, and we'll change this other zone avoidance distance from 4 to 12 to make the effect more noticeable. Problem is that if we make it 12, it can't weasel its way in between tight islands as easily, which could be necessary if you had like an 8-player map size. So we've changed it to 12 here. We've kept this seed, and you can see that these islands are now all avoiding by a lot more.
Oh yeah, they're more spaced.
So
okay,
we can leave it there for now. Let us go and now scrutinize these player lands. Their base size is 7, which is good. Let's have them grow. So let us give them maybe a number of tiles equal to 300. And let us give this land in the middle a number of tiles equal to 200. And then save, and just see where we are at.
Bring that back up.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah, one sec.
Bigger islands.
So 300 tiles versus 200 tiles.
3, 0. Yeah, if you change something, don't minimize it right away. Because I'm lost when I'm... Okay, yeah, that looks like I've got what you have. Yeah, now the islands are kind of more natural looking. Not
Round and
Bigger.
natural,
Where?
a little bit bigger. Now, probably still not big enough, right? Let's go down and just for reference purposes, in the objects generation, let us create an object. Create object town center, and then we'll do the squiggly brackets, and we'll do set place for every player, and then we'll do find closest.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure that it exactly matches what's here, and let me know when you're ready, and we'll move on.
Yeah. It looks like the islands are actually, well, they fit the entire range of the town center. Like if it's arrow firing, but...
How are you doing, Warline?
It didn't place a town center. Oh, maybe I need to go to random map. Is it supposed to place a town center on the map?
If you have create object town center underneath the objects generation section, and you have it set place for every player and find closest, then yes, it should be placing a town center.
Yeah, for some reason it's not.
Send me a screenshot of your code, and we'll see what we can do.
Let me try and share my screen again.
Okay,
first.
that would be better.
Yeah, it would be. Too many windows open. All right, does that work or?
Let me see.
Not working.
I can't load it. Can you load it, Cookie Pirate? What is this?
Weird.
What do you mean? Can I load what?
Can you see Warlion's screen?
Let me try.
Yeah, for some reason it won't even load my screen. I don't know what that's about.
I've just got the spinning dots.
It gives me a
weird.
yellow exclamation point.
Yeah, I don't know what that's about. That's annoying though.
Yeah.
I'll screenshot.
It's Discord's like every other program. Every once in a while, it doesn't function as intended.
Oops, I didn't screenshot it all.
Gotta get up for like 20 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
All right. How's that?
It's good. So again, don't capitalize create object. If you have a capital C there, it's case sensitive. All right, so if you lowercase that, does that work for you?
Yes, it does. Thank you. These little typos and not capitalizing.
Yep.
So funny.
Okay,
I keep forgetting that it's...
Let's see if we can dial up the size of these islands to be something a little bit more workable, you know? Let's see if we can increase the size of these player islands to maybe 600. And maybe we increase the size of this neutral land to, let's say, 400. Really depends on what we want to do with it. Yeah, 600 and 400 now.
Okay. Oh. That's more spacious.
Yep.
Our islands are uneven though. That's interesting.
So, what did you guys get? Did you get anybody get islands merging yet?
Almost.
No, although it's pretty narrow.
Okay.
And a couple of
Red player got a bigger island too than blue player.
I don't know about that. I don't think that's possible, but it is possible that the red player could have like a higher surface area to volume ratio, or perimeter to area ratio, which is unfair because of ships, right? If you have one
It
player have a
almost looks
long...
like. Oh no! You know what happened? 2 islands merged, and red became his island.
Aha! Okay,
Yeah,
so
I just regened and it they did merge.
so we don't want...
Actually, all
yeah.
three are merged.
We don't want these islands to merge, right? So let's see if we
Yep.
can go in and add an other zone avoidance distance to these created player lands to get them to avoid merging. So we will go other zone avoidance distance
Zone.
4. Now, we do not want to give the player lands themselves zones, because if we do that, they will all have the same zone as the number that we give them. But if we don't give them anything, then they'll get their own zone. But I think the big thing is that we need to assign a zone to this neutral land here. So I think what I'll do is I'll put the... Well, no, that's fine. We'll change, just to have things in order, we'll change the grass lands to zone 2. And we'll have this neutral island. We'll let that be zone 1. So now, this neutral island in the middle is going to have a different zone from the player lands. And therefore, these player lands will avoid that by 4. That's the objective here. Let me know when you guys are ready to move on, and I will attempt to generate this.
Just a second.
Okay, distance is 4, and the land is zone 1 at the end of. Okay.
Actually, you
And
know what?
zone 2.
Let's boost this up to. Let's boost it up to 8.
Go to 8. Okay.
Yeah, I think 8 will be a little bit more noticeable. We want to be able to notice this.
Oh, they merged.
All right, I'm ready.
You saying they still merged?
Yeah,
Let's see.
mine still have merged.
Mine are not merged, but they're very close.
So I'm keeping the same seed here.
Keep
Okay.
the same seed.
Yep,
Okay.
and mine have separated now.
Mine are still merged.
Okay. Did you give the neutral island in the middle that's at position 50-50 its own zone of zone 1?
Yes.
Did you tell the player lands to avoid other zone avoidance distance 8?
Is that 4? Let me change that to 8.
There we
You
go.
might have to bump
Oh.
that.
Yeah, because I copied that. And I did assign zone 2
Yep.
to the grass. Yeah, that's separated.
There's supposed to be 3 different islands, correct?
Yes.
Or am I?
Oh, I have one that's still merged.
That's weird.
I'm trying different regens.
Hold on. Let me take a look at what you got.
That one's really close.
Find me one that's merged. Okay, here we go.
Oh, look at this.
All right, keep this seed. Keep that seed. Check that seed box. Now take me back to your script. Okay, so other zone avoidance distance of 8.
Yep.
You have no zone applied for your neutral land. Or you have zone 1 applied for your neutral land. You have zone 2 applied for the other ones.
Because grassland is only 4, the distance.
I think it should be. It is a difference, but I think it should be fine.
Okay. I thought because we selected 12 before.
No,
that's what I have.
Should be fine. So maybe that means that what I'm doing is actually not going to work. So if you know what it could be? It could be that you have the elevation that's spawning there. So try changing your other zone avoidance distance for the grassland to 12. Maybe what's happening is you're getting like those little bumps in between the 2 islands, and it's actually merging them that way.
Didn't I just say that?
Maybe.
Ah.
Okay. Nope. It's still. All right. Then in that case, let me give up this seed.
Yeah. The highlands are merged. It's crazy.
Let me see if I can recreate that.
Like,
That's
it's
so
not
odd
even
because-
merged at the beach. I mean, you could walk straight across the dirt.
Yep.
The
Yeah,
higher elevation.
Yep. And that would
that's
not be
weird because
fair.
mine is not doing that. I have the correct spacing.
I can't get mine to do that either. Lucky you, Cookie
Coding,
Pirate.
gotta love it.
Yeah,
All right,
right.
let me take a look at your code again.
Okay.
Can you expand that to be the maximum size? Base elevation 1.
There. Make it a little bigger for you.
Thank you. Other zone avoidance distance. So this dirt, it's in the middle. Okay, let me bring up my code next to it.
I don't know if there's something I missed or.
Base elevation 1, zone 1. Land position 50-50. Base size 5. Number of tiles 400. Circle radius 30. I'm wondering if your... How could your terrains be different? You got 4 of the non-navigable beach creation from grass. That's fine.
Yeah.
You're creating dirt. That's fine. You're creating beach and then water, and that's all fine. You are using behavior version 1. And you've got random placement at the top. Huh.
Oh. Do I need to take the 79 out of this? I just noticed yours is
Yes, you
only.
do. Yep. All right, see if that helps you.
79.
I don't think that's going to make a difference, but who knows? It's the random map scripting engine.
No, it didn't make a difference.
All right, one sec. Let me, if I have the same thing, no, bring back up your scenario editor. I'm going to type in the same seed number that you have. And if
Yep,
I have the same
5.
thing as you, all right, what is it?
519
519
538
538
225.
225.
Oh,
Okay.
you've got the
Yep.
exact same thing.
I generate the exact same thing. So now I can reproduce the problem, and I guess that Cookie Pirate was just really unlucky. Sometimes people can find stuff. All right, so here's what we're going to do, actually. I think that this is a case of if 2 lands have different other zone avoidance distances,
Yep.
then the lower avoidance zone avoidance distance is selected.
So
So-
we need to raise that to 12.
So what we need to do is it is basically comparing a player land that is merging into this neutral land, right? So it's finding
Yes.
the other zone avoidance distance for the player land, which is 8, and it's comparing it to the other zone avoidance distance of the neutral land that's created, which is 0, because we're not declaring anything.
Oh.
So other.
So I'm going to add another other zone avoidance distance under that neutral land and see if that solves the problem.
Oh, that broke it up?
Yep, there we go.
It's a very small channel, but it's there.
Okay.
That's so interesting. So why would it produce that seed for him and not for us? Because I didn't change that, and I'm not producing islands that are close together.
Seed selection is random. So it just so happened that because there were 3 of us here, that we were 3 times more likely to get a seed number with which the map would show that oversight.
Oh, okay, interesting.
So it's just a matter of statistics. It's throwing
Yeah.
tries at it.
Huh.
So now we've got this neutral island in the middle, and this is particularly useful if the islands grow. If the islands are small, it's not likely that they'll want to merge, but if they're close enough and large enough, they will try to merge. Okay, so let's go back into this script and let's change from 600 maybe to, let's go to like 1200 for these player lands, and we'll keep this neutral island in the middle of 400, and we'll just kind of experiment with it and see what looks right. So you'll see that the player lands will become a lot bigger, just like that.
What did you turn it up? The tiles for player lands to 1200?
Yep, so each player land has 1200.
You didn't change the neutral?
Nope, not yet. But we're just going to kind of adjust this, and this is where we as scripters make decisions about what would be good for this map.
Okay, yeah, I have the same thing that you have, so that seemed to work.
Player islands are much bigger.
Yeah, because we kept with the same seed, right? We can and should go random seeds here. So I'm going to stay on my screen though, and Cookie Pirate's on the same screen. What is wrong with this, guys? What is ultimately what's wrong with this?
They're just too close together.
Nope.
Yeah, they're pretty close. The beaches are not right.
So if you were developing this up, let's say that we went through and we gave them all, the same forest and everything like that, and we put fish in here, and we put some golds on this neutral island, let's say, and you can imagine like an Age of Empires game unfolding. What is a potential complaint that somebody could raise about a map like this? Let me give you a hint. Take a look at the edges of the player islands.
Can't build on them, right?
Well, you could build on them. If you go into Scenario Editor, be able to select a building, and you could build a barracks on here.
Well, my complaint would be that the islands, the neutral is kind of just irrelevant because the player islands are so close together.
Well, let me give you a hint.
Oh, haha, yeah. That one butts up against the edge and the other one doesn't?
Yep. So that means that red is forced to try harder for water control because he knows that if he fails, blue is going to be able to put galleys in more locations and deny more resources. Whereas if blue loses control of water, there is a chance that he can still take resources here and come back. And that's not fair. So what we need to do is we need to come up back to our script, and this is the part where when we're creating player lands, we do stuff with borders. So we're gonna before we invoke the base size, we're gonna do left border. Let's say 5 maybe. Right border 5. Left right top border 5, left, right, top, and bottom border 5. And then we're going to do border fuzziness, and I don't know.
Fuzziness.
Yeah.
These, right?
What's that?
These and fuzziness, isn't it?
Probably. Let me check actually how it's spelled here.
Yeah,
so, border fuzz. Yep, it is 2 Z's. Border fuzziness. So it's a number between 0 and 100 with the default of 20. And it specifies the extent to which land growth respects borders and actually stops at a border. 0 causes land growth to ignore borders entirely, and 100 means that borders are fully respected, resulting in perfectly straight lines along the borders. So I'm going to keep this particular seed number, but I'm going to keep these border avoidances in here and save it and then hit generate. And we should get that blue no longer has this free border here at the edge of the map.
Oh, he does.
Okay. As you can see, it's starting to lift off here. We have 2 choices. If we want it to be choppy, we want to keep a lower border fuzziness number. So I'm instead going to increase these to 10s. And I'm going to have them, I'm just going to increase the raw distance that it's avoiding by so that it still has a little bit of a choppy look.
Increase all of those to 10.
Yep. And then save it.
And then leave border fuzziness 10?
Yep. And we'll try.
Yeah, there we go.
We'll try generating it again. And it still has, yeah. It'll still have kind of a little bit of a choppy feel, but it's choppy to the extent where it's starting out far enough away that if it disobeys the border by a little bit, it's still okay. And these parameters can be tweaked and such on islands maps to make sure, for instance, that you can't dock block here. Players don't like it when other players dock block. Right now, these parameters are good, right? But if it were too close and you could build a dock and you could prevent the passage of ships, that's something that players like to complain about. Okay, but it looks pretty good right now, and it should continue to hold that avoidance distance, essentially for as long as it wants, as long as we don't find anything that looks bad. So if you see anything that looks bad, let me know, and we'll do more. We'll tweak it because it's got to work for every generation. So in this case, the players are over here on this side. Now there is one more thing that we're going to add, and I got this seed right here, and I think we should add Clumping Factor in if we don't have it already. Clumping Factor is just basically, oh, it's right here. Okay, the default is 8, which is different from terrains, and this is for lands. We want something about 30, maybe 32 to 35, and that will create more round lands. If it's low or if it's a negative number, the lands will be snaky. But let's see if we can encourage red's land to not have like an amoeba arm growth like this. So we come over here, and when we're creating the player lands, I can see that we don't have a clumping factor. So after the number of tiles, we're going to go clumping factor 32, just like that. Save it. And I'm going to keep this seed number, and I'm going to see if that improves it a little bit, because by default, it is 8.
And that does exactly what, again?
The closer that this number is to somewhere in the mid-30s, the more likely the lands are to be circular and round.
Gotcha, okay.
You can intentionally specify things to make lands snaky if that's what you want. So we're going to generate under this seed number, and we're going to see if this looks a little bit rounder. And indeed it does. So let's see if we can boost the size of these islands maybe just even a little bit more. Maybe we give these islands a size of 1600 and see where that goes.
That's...
Let's see.
Make them too big, and they're going to kind of not have much space anymore. We could make these islands potentially
narrow, avoid
each other. They kind of have a narrower avoidance to this neutral island here. Oops. See what a couple more generations look like. And there's a section over here that's basically just open land. But you can see that it's maybe getting a little bit square for us. Let's do a couple more generations. Okay, this one looks pretty good. Okay, so I think I'm gonna keep that the way that it is. There's other options you can do. You You could maybe expand the size of these neutral islands by dialing up the amount of elevation generation. And you could put cool stuff on these islands. Like you could put golds out here or something like that, as long as you were confident that you could keep it balanced.
Moai.
So, what's that, JC?
Moai.
Oh, put Moai out there? All right, so now we're going to do some kind of silly stuff, I guess.
Guardians.
We're going to generate the terrain, and then we're going to generate some connections. And we're just going to do some basic stuff for terrain. But let's suppose that what we have here is actually kind of a lagoon, okay? Let's say that we wanted to make a lagoon here. So, I'm just thinking. Let's say that we want our neutral island to have a lagoon. This is kind of a point in random map scripting where maybe you have to work backwards a little bit. What happens if we come over here and back to our script, and we say that we want our neutral land to actually be, let's say that we want this neutral land to be, I don't know. Let's say that we want it. No, not snow. Let's say that we just want it to be dirt 2.
Dirt 2.
Yep. Does that screw everything up? Let's give it a try.
Right out. I didn't change. Oh, I didn't save it. That's why.
What did you change it to?
I changed it to dirt 2. The neutral island. Just put a 2 right there. Just to test it. Test the waters.
Just a number or underscore 2?
No, just a 2 right after that. Yep, there you go.
Okay. Yeah. Except I've got the water bug again.
Yep. That is a very annoying water bug.
Excuse me, man.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go.
First 2 have generated properly, everything. Didn't break anything.
Okay, so Warline has had a successful update. So let's see here. Because we are generating dirt from non-navigable beach. We're doing it in height limits 1-1. So you see where we're doing this cleanup of non-navigable beach terrain and island interface here?
Yes.
What would happen if we were to do spacing to other terrain types 1 here? Let me just try this out, because I am curious. You don't have to try it with me. I just want to see if this will get that dirt away from our dirt 2. To create a more pure dirt 2 experience up here. Yes, it does. We could even do space and other terrain types 2 probably.
I'm sorry, I don't know what you did.
All right, let me figure out what I'm
change?
doing, and then I'll let you know. 1 sec.
Okay.
But I think that that's going to work. I'm just going to try the 2 here, because I don't want to tell you to do something and then have it not work properly. Okay, yep, perfect. So all you got to do, Warlion, is where you're creating the dirt terrain in terrain generation, the cleanup of non-navigable beach terrain and island interface.
Yep.
Add, after height limits, add space and other terrain types of 2.
Spacing to other terrain types. Okay.
2. Yep.
2. All of those.
Yep. 4 times.
Okay. Oh, that's different.
Let's see. Okay, so it makes the dirt not go all the way to the edge of the island. Dirt too, right?
Well, that was never adjusted. What it does do is it prevents the dirt that we're cleaning up for the player islands. It prevents that from entering this area.
From entering that area, okay.
Yep, because it has to avoid this dirt too now. So therefore it can no longer spawn here. I don't know that dirt 2 is really what we exactly want. I think I'm going to change it to DLC Desert Gravel, but you can have dirt 2 if you want. So we're going to come up here and we're going to maybe change this to
DLC
Desert Gravel. It's predefined.
Don't have to put the number.
Nope. There we go. So we got some DLC Desert Gravel here. Kind of a desert island. These are sort of desert islands. Okay.
Looks gravelly.
Okay, so we're going to do another set of cleanups. We're basically going to take everywhere that we're putting dirt down now. And we're going to do that. We're going to copy this.
Copy
the last one.
Dirt?
Yep. The last create dirt, and we're going to paste it. And we're going to create DLC Desert Gravel. Desert Gravel. And basically everything else about it is going to be the same. We're going to do that 4 times for good measure.
Okay, so spacing is the same, height limits are the same, everything's the same.
Yep, everything's the same. We're just going in and we're telling it, okay, you just did the dirt, now do the DLC Desert Gravel.
Got 4 lines there. And what would be a good note or a comment?
It could be under the same thing. Cleanup of non-navigable beach terrain and island interface. Although it looks like 4 is not quite enough because this one still failed to spawn something here. So I'm going to keep this seed and I'm going to, oops. I'm going to...
Yeah, mine didn't work either.
Save it. We're going to see if we can add... Mine worked in most places, but it didn't quite work everywhere. Are you still there, JC?
Yeah.
So now we got 8 of these. You can see how map scripts can get so big so quickly. Yeah, it just does not want to generate here for whatever reason, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, doesn't do anything.
Let's see if we can place a unit there. All right, is it working for you, JC? The DLC Desert Gravel?
No, I need to update that.
Actually, you know what we'll do? We'll reduce this space in other terrain types to maybe 1 for the DLC Desert Gravel. And we'll keep it with only 4 generations.
Change those to 1?
Yep. See if that works better. Oh, that's better.
Go back to the script real quick.
Actually,
mine's not
This is
changing.
below the dirt and above the beach. Okay.
Let's get rid of the space into other terrain types entirely. I think that will have the best performance.
So delete those.
Yep, because it's done after the dirt. The dirt has already been placed, so we're just cleaning up the rest in the neutral areas.
Let it go. Doesn't change much.
All right, send me a screenshot of your script, Warline. We'll see what's capitalized this time.
Yeah, I'm not
It's
getting
always
any
some
of it.
little thing.
I mean, it kind of changes, but doesn't do anything. Really, like, what is it? I guess I'm confused as to what we're attempting to do. What are we doing?
We are filling up this neutral island, the top of it, with DLC Desert Gravel. If we didn't have those lines, let me cut these out so you can see.
So what we don't want is the DLC gravel on the edges. Is that what?
We don't want it on the player islands. And so we did a section first where we filled in dirt, but we told it to avoid other terrain types. And there's desert gravel here, so that dirt is avoiding it. So it's only going on the player islands. Now, when I remove those commands to fill in more DLC desert gravel generically, it can't go here because these have already been filled up. So the only place that it can go is on this neutral island now. And you can see when I remove those lines of code that it is not as covering. It doesn't cover as much.
Yeah.
So I'll paste them back in.
Let me try copying. So you have 8 lines for that right now.
I have 4 for the dirt, what we had forever ago.
Yeah.
Except
for dirt,
we increased space in other terrain types to 2 from 0.
Yep.
There was nothing there. And then for these 4 below it, we copied it, and we are creating DLC Desert Gravel terrain instead, also from non-navigable beach, and we are just having a height limits. We have no space in other terrain types.
Okay, I'm on the same page there.
I took that out of the wrong one.
Not really changing much.
No, it doesn't change much, but it helps. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. Sec.
I'll be back too.
What happened to the dirt to take that out?
Yeah, we decided to do desert gravel instead.
So I have to change dirt to desert gravel.
Unless you define it as like neutral island terrain or something generally, and then you can just change a number in the setup section.
Let me try that. Hey, there we go.
Okay. All right, I am back, guys.
Yep, I got it up to how you all had it.
So are you guys all caught up?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Warline stepped away for a short time too. He said that, I think, after you got up.
Okay.
I'm doing a little experimenting. When I looked through the list of constants, 1343. So that define constant non-navigable beach, I have to do the same thing. Remind me, what is the code for how many objects you want to place?
Depends. Do you want to place them as separate groups, or do you want to place them as multiple objects in the same group?
Just individually.
All right, just do number of groups 9320.
Oh gosh.
And then you can set scale by groups or size or something like that. It's in the guide exactly. I have a computer program.
It's a few too many. On the water. Oh my gosh. You can take a look at this.
One sec. Let me bring it up. Oh wow, you have quite a few statues, don't you?
It's a little more than I need. So it's a set. It's one parameter, but there's like 10, 20, I don't know how many exactly different.
Which object is that?
So this is the statue left at 1343.
Okay. What if when you place that object, you are setting the facet?
What do you mean?
So just try typing in after number of groups.
I'm going to lower this to about 150 first.
All right. Remember that you can always space it and add out and such.
Okay.
So try set facet 1.
Set FACET.
Yep. And then
What's
1.
going on with creating?
He is adding statues to his island. We weren't sure how long you would be away.
Oh, okay, I'm back. Sorry
Okay.
about that.
Welcome back.
Yeah, so they're all.
So
they're
then
all the same kind.
find the facet that corresponds to the kind of statue that you want.
Are you able to choose more than one? Like if you have a group of 2 or 3?
Then you would do multiple different groups.
Okay.
So you would do,
Is there a 0?
I don't believe so. It's in Zetnus's guide.
Okay. Oh, there is. I guess it's randomized again.
Yep.
I guess you have an idea of where I'm going with this.
Yep. Okay. So guys, let's make a lagoon here. Let's make a lagoon in this central island that they are fighting over. And it's going to be elevated above the sea level. So we are going to come over here into terrain generation. And yep. And we are going to introduce another comment here. And we're going to say layering in lagoon. Okay. And we got the desert gravel down. So we are going to copy one of these. Create terrain. Let's do, I don't know, jungle.
Jungle.
Yep. We're going to do space and other terrain types 1. The base terrain that we're going to put it on is DLC Desert Gravel. You may disagree. You may not want to use DLC Desert Gravel, and that's fine. So it's going to create a big, thick patch of jungle.
Pull the code
here.
back up, please.
Yeah, same.
Now, when you type, you got to leave it up for 5 or 10 seconds, if you would.
Yeah, I agree. That'd be perfect. Okay, let's see. Layering in lagoon. Okay, base terrain is DLC desert gravel.
Yep.
Number of clumps, the same. Spacing,
oh,
the same.
I have the small tree mod, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks nice though.
Let's see. Oh, nice. The hefty forest. Hefty jungle forest.
Yep.
I guess can a jungle and a forest be the same thing?
Not in Age of Empires.
Forest jungle.
Okay, so did you get that jungle to show up, Warlion?
I did.
Okay.
Yep.
So then the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to create terrain. Copy this all over.
Whoops.
And we're going to paste jungle in where you see DLC desert gravel. So we're going to put jungle in down here. And we're going to create terrain. I think it's let's put grass 2. Grass 2 is a very lush green grass. But there's other options. Like, you could do whatever you want. It doesn't matter that you copy. What matters is that you understand what's going on.
I'm just going to copy what you're doing.
That's
for
fine.
now.
It's easiest for now. You can go change.
Yeah.
I mean, this is just a tutorial. Okay, so let's make sure that that works. Okay, so we've got a nice little ring of jungle now.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
Okay, and now we are going to we're going to do it again.
Copy.
Except, yeah, we're going to copy this, paste down here. Except instead of land percent 100, we're going to have number of tiles 10. 10.
So erase that.
So erase land percent 100 and replace it with number of tiles 10, and then get rid of space and other terrain types.
Remove terrain types.
Space and
So
other
just
terrain
number
types.
of tiles.
Yep, number of tiles 10.
10.
And
I'm gonna change for that line above it. I'm gonna change that to 2. I want a little thicker tree ring.
Okay.
Like
you can't have DLC desert gravel though. You have to have have the jungle. Your final line.
I can change jungle here too.
There you go.
Okay.
Okay.
Well.
So we've got some breaks in our forest now.
Yeah. Although also it is.
You might have to have a larger number of tiles affected by that next operation because you've got a thicker wood line.
Oh, so we're purposely trying to incorporate a break in it?
Yes.
I think I messed up. I don't have any breaks.
So, Warlion, did you make sure that this is jungle here?
Yes. Oh.
Okay.
I need to change to grass 2 on that third line. That's something. Okay, let me see if that. Okay, yeah, that was it.
Okay. And there could be more reliable ways of getting the breaks if you want them, JC. But for now, this is what we've got. Okay, so we have these breaks. We've got the grass. Let's put a terrain mask on top of that grass because this grass is affected by all of the foliage that's falling, right? All of the leaves and stuff that fall off those palm trees.
Oh, so, this looks nice. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Looks good. The big concern is just to make sure that they can both access the area in the middle fairly. That's the important thing. So now we're going to come over here, and I guess we can copy this second line right here. Copy that. We're going to paste. We're going to create terrain, and that terrain is going to be leaves. Base terrain is going to be grass 2. Number of clumps, good. Scale by groups, good. land percent 100, space and other terrain types, get rid of that. And change it to terrain mask 1. And then hit Control S. So this is going to sprinkle some leaves on top of grass 2. That is very useful for blending terrains.
So terrain mask 1.
Yep. And 1 makes sure that the terrain that you're putting down is not the actual terrain. Like if you were to place objects on grass later on, it would still put stuff down there because you use terrain mask 1. But if you use terrain mask 2, then that would be considered leaves. And it would not put objects intended only for grass 2 in that location because that is considered leaves at that point. Okay. You can try terrain mask 2 and see how it looks. It looks a little bit different. So we got terrain mask 1 here. So I'm going to hit generate, see what we can see.
Lots of leaves.
Yep, lots of leaves. There's some gravel outside. There's even a few little plant objects on top of that. Okay, now what?
It's pretty good.
Now we're going to place another layer in here. Because terrain generation, it's all about layers, man. It's all about layers. It's like a parfait, except not as delicious. So we are going to copy this last line now. And we are going to create terrain DLC wet beach, which I'm sure you guys are familiar with. Base terrain is going to be grass 2. Number of clumps, 9320. Set scale by groups. That's all good. Land percent 100. But instead of terrain mask 1, we're going to do spacing to other terrain types. And we'll make that 2.
Should just be little patches of sand in the dirt then.
No, it's going to be a huge patch of sand inside of that grass.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Remember, we have to make a lagoon.
Right.
All right, so assuming that you got all that, War Lion, we'll copy this over, and we will copy that. We'll paste it here.
Another line.
Yep, and we're going to cut this DLC wet beach out of here and paste it into the base terrain. And the terrain that we're going to be placing is going to be called Muddy Shallow. And we're going to do space and other terrain types 1 in this case.
Muddy Shallow.
Muddy Shallow.
Okay, create terrain, Muddy Shallow, base terrain, DLC wet beach, and spacing is 1.
Yep.
Ooh. Interesting.
All right.
Yuck.
All right. Fine. You know what? Screw you guys. We're going to do DLC Mangrove Shallow instead. You guys are going to complain. DLC Mangrove Shallow. There you go. You like that better? DLC Mangrove Shallow. It's going to be bright. It's going to be blue. It's going to be beautiful. There.
How did you write Mangrove?
Is that
Shallow?
Yeah. Let me show you.
Okay. No space or no underscore.
Oh, I'm a moron. Okay. I changed that in the wrong spot.
Oops.
Let's see. I like that better. Looks better.
Think it looks better? All right. Well, we're not done.
I think so.
Let's create terrain. And
make a big ocean in the middle of that little island.
Actually, we're gonna copy over this leaves section because we're gonna do another terrain mask. And we're gonna create terrain, and we're gonna say green water. Base terrain is gonna be the DLC Mangrove Shallow. And we can leave everything else and hit save. And let me know when you're ready to generate.
green water. Base terrain is mangrove shallow. All right. Ready?
All right.
I don't have any.
Mine turned to dirt for some reason.
Could be that the green water is not defined properly. So if we go over to
you
our
know what? It's
constants
going to be
list,
one of those constants, I guess you have to set.
water, green, it's number 95.
95. So that goes after. Oh, we have to do a constant.
Yep.
Okay. Where do we do that?
So we go up to player setup, and we type this # constant green water 95. I'm going to put a little comment afterwards saying defining green water.
It's like something out of a Frankenstein.
5. Okay. Ah. Much better.
Yeah.
All right. And we could even put a couple mangrove trees on that if we wanted to. Come over here and say, for instance,
I'm gonna try something.
create terrain DLC mangrove forest.
Forest.
Base terrain is going to be DLC mangrove shallow. And we're going to have, I think we're not going to do number of clumps in the set scale by groups. We're just going to do, actually we're going to copy. We're going to do set scale by groups. We'll just do number of tiles 10 because we're not going to need that many.
Whoa.
We don't need number of clumps.
Yeah. Let's just try this.
Mine looks like a... I mean, it definitely does look like a brackish water lagoon, although the color of it that I'm getting reminds me like chlorinated water in like a 1970s swimming pool.
That's a yummy looking pond you have there.
I'm also still trying to experiment with, well, you know.
Right.
I'm gonna figure it out.
Let's try introducing a large number of clumps and see what happens. Yeah, there we go. That's a little bit better. And you could put like some golds in here or something for them to fight over. It's not really a huge space. To make this bigger, you could increase the size of this land, but you don't really have to.
Can you go back to your script
Yep.
for a sec? I think I didn't type something right. Mangrove shallow. Okay, I don't know why I took out number of clumps, but I did. I don't really ever want to take out number of clumps, do you?
I don't think so.
Well, I managed to crash.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah. First time for everybody. That will be very common. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Happens all the time.
Number of tile. Oh, no, that's right. Number of tiles, 10. I crashed earlier, seemingly for no reason.
I will be back in a moment.
Okay.
Okay. And you said you spaced out the trees, the mangrove forest. Where'd you go for that?
I just added the number of clumps for the mangrove forest. Number of clumps 9320, number of tiles 10. Space and other terrain types 1, so that they're not right up against the beach. But you know it.
Oh yeah.
You don't really have to do much with that. It's just for decoration. You could put some golds in here, some stones in here for the players to fight over, or maybe
Just
some wood to fight over.
The way it's styled, then.
So we could actually, if we wanted a very easy and convenient way to join these player lands to each other and to this neutral island, we could actually come over here, and instead of placing water, we could place DLC New Shallow, and it would change how the map is played. So now we've got DLC New Shallow over this whole space. And then you say, well, I still want deep water, right?
I don't know where you went for what line you went to.
So where you have water in layering and water, replace that water with DLC New Shallow.
Why am I not seeing that? I don't have anything for water.
Hit Control F and find water, all caps.
There it is. Okay.
It's in there.
Sorry.
They just like to hide.
Yeah, it's in there.
Go ahead and replace it with DLC New Shallow.
DLC New. Okay.
Yep.
See, New Shallow.
Yep.
Oh no, it's erasing. Bad. That's all we're doing there. Not
Yes.
changing anything else.
Not yet.
Oh, interesting. Okay. That changed the whole map, it seemed like.
Yeah, it does.
Wow.
But there is one more thing that we can do.
All right, I'm back.
There is one more thing that we can do. And that is we can add another line underneath it.
Okay.
And then we can take that DLC New Shallow, cut it, paste it where beach was, and then we can type DLC Water 5. Let's say. It's one of the new types of water. Maybe space and other terrain types will give it 2, just like that.
Okay.
And this will allow kind of a shallow area around the islands that make it so that you can walk over to the neutral island easily enough. This will allow us to achieve this effect without connections, which is desirable, in my opinion.
So let me get that line below.
Mm-hmm.
That was one you had while I got up. DLC Mangrove Forest. Wait, so we add the mangrove shallow before the green water.
Yep. And then we mask the green water over the mangrove shallow. And then, on top of the mangrove shallow, we put a little bit of mangrove forest. But what Warlion and I are doing right now is we're changing the water that's closest to the islands to shallows that other units can walk over easily to provide access to the center.
Excuse me.
So in that case, do we need to change the elevation of that neutral island at all, or?
What do you mean?
Because well, it's just mine generated, and basically you wouldn't be able to build. Let me see if you can build a dock. You probably can, but I don't know.
You should be able to build a dock up there.
Oh yeah, you can.
No, mine doesn't.
I guess
really.
I'm just zoomed out really far, so it seems. Yeah. Okay. It's also around the smaller islands too.
Yeah, that's okay. Kind of joins the smaller islands together, makes them more convenient to walk between.
Yeah, that kind of works.
So how did you get that in?
This comes from up here. And actually, I'm going to add one more thing. So we changed the water to DLC New Shallow, and then we added in another line where we were converting DLC New Shallow into DLC Water 5.
Okay, hold
on. Actually, let's do...
Hold up right there. DLC... No. And then you changed the water to Water 5. Why?
Just because I think it blends better with the DLC New Shallow.
Matches better.
And I added a terrain mask at the end, War Lion. Terrain mask 2. So in this case, we want this to be DLC Water 5, but this will be a better transition if it's masked.
Terrain mask 2.
Yep.
That did not work.
So I hit generate. It doesn't really look like it's...
Didn't change much, huh?
It does not.
All right, so hold on a sec.
Yeah, let's wait for him.
Okay.
Space terrain needs to be beach.
Let me check the notes for DLC Water 5.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be Azure Water.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, that looks kind of cool, actually. I like that.
Good.
I will say the seed that I got puts the coast of this island very close to the edge.
Yeah, mine's actually touching on the edge on one island.
Oh, all right.
On the seed I generated just now.
Well, save the seed then in that case.
Okay.
And then go into your borders and either decrease or increase your border fuzziness value or increase the borders themselves when you're creating the player lands.
Okay, let's see.
And tell me what it's supposed to be, and I'll update mine to that as well.
I'm going to change the fuzziness to 25.
Is that too much? Is 25 a good number to have?
25 will make it so that it respects the borders more. So it'll be less organic. But if you're working with tighter tolerances, like you really need to be able to allow your land to grow that far, then it is the better solution.
I'm going to try 15 first. Do I generate a new seed, right?
No, keep the seed. Keep the seed because you want to verify that the changes you made improve that seed number.
I already screwed that up.
If you don't keep the seed, then you won't know whether or not the changes are because of the improvements that you made or because of a different seed number.
Okay, so just so I'm doing it right, you select seed map, right, in the editor.
Yep.
And then you hit generate after update.
Generate. Yep.
Okay.
And it will basically give you the ability to put a number in there for seed, but it will also just keep the seed that you were just on.
Mm-hmm.
Which
Yeah,
is the desirable feature.
It's still touching on the side. I'll put it to 25. That's good.
That's better. I'm not getting any forests in the middle on that lagoon, though.
I thought you had them already. Oh, you mean the mangrove forests?
Yeah, in the dead center of the map, I'm not getting any of that.
Okay. Let me see what you have.
Okay.
For whatever reason, I changed the fuzziness to 50, but that same island is still up against the border of the map.
What are your borders?
Let's see. They're all 10.
Okay. What if you change the border fuzziness to, I think it is 100? Just set yourself
Change it to 100?
Yeah, set yourself an upper limit, like a ceiling.
Okay.
All right, Cookie Pirate. Are you going to show me your script?
Do you not see it?
No, you're not streaming. Hold on. Wait, maybe you are and I'm not viewing it for some reason.
No, I guess I'm not. I was.
No, you're not.
I don't know how it must have dropped.
So changing it to 100 for this seed, it's still touching in just one spot. Like one little piece is touching the border, but the island is not connected.
All right.
Really.
Can you send me a screenshot of what you see, Warlion?
Yeah.
Probably I'm going to have to get up here pretty soon. It's almost 7.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to get dinner.
I crashed again.
Oh.
Well, that means that you're not going to be able to preserve the seed number. All right, JC, can you? Are you? Hold on. Yes.
I should be now.
All right, let me take a look. Let's move this over here. Let's move this over here. All right. Okay, so your green water is completely replacing the DLC Mangrove Shallow. You are not masking it properly. So at the end of spacing other terrain types for your green water creation command, you need to say terrain mask 1.
So get rid of the spacing or add terrain mask?
Change spacing to other terrain types 1 to terrain mask 1. So replace spacing to other terrain types with terrain mask.
Yeah, there we go.
There you go. So there is one more important thing that we really should do, and that is that we need to get these players their forests, and we need to make sure that the forests are fair. So let's go in and let's. Did Warlion step away?
I'm back. I'm just pulling up everything.
Let's come in here and let's create another comment. Another header, if you will. And we're going to say player forest edition. Okay. And we are going to create terrain Palm Desert. So create terrain instead of jungle, we're going to have Palm Desert. The base terrain should be dirt. The number of clumps should be, let's give them 4, maybe, no, well,
Maybe
let's give
6.
him, no, let's give him 6. Set scale by groups is not what we want because we don't want to scale this. These are player assigned. Number of tiles. Let's give them 100. Space and other terrain types 1 is good. Clumping factor, I believe 40 is what we want. This is for terrains. Clumping factor for terrains is different. Oh no, it's we want smaller numbers. So we
20?
want 25.
25.
For rounder.
I just thought 20 in that example.
That's fine.
All right, I'm back up to my script.
Okay.
What have I missed?
So
Where
just
are we at
just
here?
add these 2 lines, Warlion.
Okay. Create terrain. Okay.
And actually, we're going to do number of clumps 12 because we need to do enough for both players. And the space and other terrain types is here just to keep stuff from spawning too close to the edge of the island. All right, all set?
Wait.
Yep,
Oh,
just this right here.
no, that doesn't look good.
Base terrain, dirt.
Yep.
What have we added there? We've added clumping factor 25. Okay.
That looks awful.
Only 12 for number of clumps.
Yep. Because these are player forests, and we're not going to scale them.
Yeah.
So, you know, a player is not going to go down and chase down, 50 different clumps of forest. But he is going to know, he's going to be able to count to 6 on his own island.
Oh, this is rigged.
All right, let's do a generation. What do you mean it's rigged?
So my blue one has 8, and my red one only has 4.
That, and we forgot set avoid player start areas, right? But yes, that is the correct answer. This technique is not going to work. Players, and I'm good on you for catching that, JC, because the players definitely will bitch about that. And rightfully so. Set avoid player start areas, and let's do it 15. And then we keep the seed, but even if we generate it again,
Bring the text back up, please.
Yes.
Set avoid player start areas. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I think they need more trees. I'm going to turn this up to 200 and see what happens.
What are you changing to 200?
No.
The number of tiles.
Don't listen to him. No, I'm just joking. Listen to him, but that's not going to be the solution that we're going to implement. Because we don't want to stuff too many trees on these islands. Otherwise, the players will complain about a lack of building space.
No, I think 200 is working perfectly for the size that I have.
Okay, so
let's see. We'll try. We have 100 right now, right, Tech?
We have 100 tiles right now. But this player clearly has more than this player does.
Mine's relatively balanced, this seed.
But
yeah, I just tried 200. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, player 2 has more forests, more clumps.
I'm going to increase the number of tiles to 200 as well. But that is not the solution that we need to implement. Because if you want your map to be played at a high level, I mean, red has 6 and blue has 6 in this generation. But they may not always have the same number of clumps, and we have to guarantee that. That must be a guarantee.
Yeah, definitely.
So
I'm getting 6 and 6 this time too.
Yep, it looks okay for now. It's because the lands are similarly sized.
Oh, not this one.
Yeah,
not this one.
6.
Okay.
I have one that's 9 and 3.
And you can bet that if it can happen once to you, it will happen a bunch of times in a tournament, and the tournament host will make you fix it. So these are
7-4 on this one.
Yeah. So what we're going to do is we're going to come in here before we ever create this Palm Desert, and let's change this number of clumps to 6 here. Okay. And let's come over to home and let us create terrain, and we're going to create dirt 2. Okay. And the base terrain is going to be dirt, and the number of clumps is going to be 1. And the land percent is going to be 100. And we don't need anything else here. So we are going to create a patch of dirt 2, and then we're going to put the Palm Desert down. So we're creating exactly 1 patch of dirt 2. If we know that we're going to have 2 patches of dirt prior to going in this, that means when we put this Palm Desert down, that it is going to be placed on the right terrain. So the Palm Desert we're going to put on dirt 2, just like that.
Yep.
Okay. So now that we've added this create terrain dirt 2, and we're going to replace dirt, and we're going to put exactly 1 clump down, and then we're going to create this Palm Desert on top of that dirt 2. So let's hit generate and see what happens.
Now one person gets all the trees.
Exactly.
What happened then?
Exactly. And that's where we want to be.
Huh?
That is where we want to be.
Oh, you're gonna duplicate it.
Exactly. We know, and then we're going to go through and we're going to do it again. Now,
this actually
we need
good.
we need to convert this.
Yeah.
We need to convert this dirt 2 to another terrain that is not part of this process. So now we're going to go back in and we're going to say, okay, now that we've got our Palm Desert down on that dirt 2, let's copy this over and let us convert dirt 2 into DLC dirt 4, for instance, which is not participating. Dirt 2, we can do number of clumps 9320, set scale by groups.
2.
Okay. Land percent 100. Okay. And so this first one here is basically, it's going to go in, it's going to put dirt 2 down for one of the players, and then it's going to put the Palm Desert down, and then after it's done putting down the Palm Desert, it's going to convert what's left of the dirt 2 to DLC dirt 4. And now we can repeat that process. So we can take this and we can copy it. And if you are making a map that is compatible with 8 players, which I hope that you will, but for now, we're just going to do this twice. Once for each player. Because that will allow us to sort of fine-tune and hone whether or not we like these parameters. Okay, so we take these 3 lines and we literally copy them and put them down below the top 3. And now,
we supposed to have... Sorry, I just noticed. Are we supposed to have a number after set scale by groups?
Let's check. Land percent 100 for this DLC Dirt 4.
I got it.
So we copy those 3
The islands
those
just
3
look
lines
different.
again.
Yep. You just copy it again. You just do it all over again. You did it the first time. You put 6 down on one island, and then when you paste this again, you're going to put 6 down on another island. Now, we may have to fine-tune these parameters. It looks like there's not enough space, for instance, to get 6 on this one. So maybe we dial it back to 5.
Okay.
So we come here and we do like number of clumps 5 just to make sure that there's enough space for everything. Keep the seed.
No. Nope. I'm back to them not having any.
Let's see. Mine, let's see, 1, 2. Mine's pretty even on this generation. Looks good.
All right, let me share my script so that JC can see this.
Yeah, mine's totally lopsided again. Dirt 2. I've got that. I've got that. Oh, we're changing the clumps to 5. DLC Dirt 4. Base terrain Dirt 2. Well, that would do it.
Yep, and that is basically there to make sure that you don't put the forests down on the same island again, right? That will take whatever Dirt 2 is left over on the island after you've put down your Palm Desert and replace it with Dirt 4. And then you start the process over.
Yeah, I missed the number 2 on that one. These shallows are really wonky. Let's make this ludicrous. I'm curious what this looks like on ludicrous.
The game really struggles to generate properly on ludicrous. So right now we're doing tiny map size for 2 players. Note that you may have to tweak these numbers for different map sizes, like you might need a conditional, if giant map, do this instead. And that is all in the scripting guide.
That's hilarious.
Okay. So I'm going to decrease the avoidance of these forests a bit to the player town center. Kind of help this out. Set avoid player start areas to 13. I think that is actually the default, but I like to keep that there anyway. And we're going to do space and other terrain types of 2 for both of them, so they avoid the edge a little bit more.
13, 2.
Yep. Warline is starting to get the hang of this.
Params.
It's cool how much you can do. I mean, just experimenting.
Yep, with even just the basic techniques.
Yeah.
My islands look a little funky now, though.
Yeah.
Kind of weirdly shaped.
Mine are. On tiny, and then to a lesser extent on small. I don't really like the way the player islands wrap around the middle island with the lagoon.
Oh.
Once you get up to medium, it looks.
Let's try medium.
A little more.
Okay. You might be able to, keeping the same seed number, you might be able to increase the player island other zone avoidance distance. Creating player lands here. Maybe increase that to 16 so that the player islands avoid themselves by 16, but they only avoid the neutral land by 8 because 8 is smaller than 16. So whereas when you're creating these player lands, you're creating 2 different lands with 2 different zones. Even though you don't know it, even though you're not calling out the zones, it's still assigning them zone numbers. They'll avoid each other by 16, but then when they're compared to the neutral land, they'll avoid that by 8 because that's the lesser number. So we could try boosting the other zone avoidance distance to 16 for them.
Yeah.
Keep the same seed and see if they avoid each other a little bit better.
It did. Except, look at how much of a straight edge I have, and one of my islands lost all its trees.
There's less legal space now, so it probably should set it back to where it was for now. Other zone avoidance distance of 8. You can tinker with that. Big thing now, though, is that now that we've got the trees where we want them, we've got the 5 forests and everything, we can change the DLC Dirt 4 back. So we'll create terrain like this right here at the very end.
Oh, this is wonky. Yeah,
and we'll create
that spacing isn't going to work.
We'll create like desert from DLC Dirt 4. And we can save that.
That's also just not very good.
Set things back to the way that they were. So these have gone back to being ordinary desert islands now. You know, you might be able to adjust the radius as well. So maybe come up here and change circle radius from 30 to like 34. That'll push the players out further from the island in the center.
What is the second? What does that 0 there do?
That is the tolerance for it. So if you wanted it to be 32 plus or minus 2, you would have 32 and then 2. But
Interesting.
when you introduce tolerance, you can mess stuff up.
Just cause like a balance problem. Oh, now these islands are massive. And one player has no trees.
This player's islands have merged. So
mine are crossable by shallows.
See if we can expand the size of this island in the middle, maybe make its base size equal to 7. So it's a little bit more square. Yeah, it's a little better. I think these are a little bit far apart though. But the goal is to give you guys the basics of how this kind of stuff is made. Now, if we wanted to do walls, real quick before we break up, we could come over here into objects generation. And we create, and you have to do this after creating the town center. If you do not do this after creating the town center, there will be an error. Create object, and all you need are walls. And then let's make sure that we got the proper spaces here. Set place for every player.
Now, are these stone or palisade?
This is this is stone by default. Set place for every player. Min distance to players is going to be, let's say 12, or no, we could make it like, I don't know, let's go 15 maybe, or 14.
15?
Max distance to players 14. So I set mine to 14, and we should get the players to have walls now. These are not very big walls because they're not very big islands. Nope, they failed to spawn. Let me see.
Yeah, I don't have any.
Let's try. I think it might need to be one bigger than that. Okay, let's try that.
Nope.
No.
What am I doing wrong? Let's see. Let's look at the guide. Walls have some special behavior. See walls.
Let's see.
Create object. Oh no, it's just wall. It's just wall. It's not walls.
Not walls.
And min and max need to be 15 and 15. It should be the same.
Got him.
Let's see. Yep, there we go.
Kind of. I don't go over the water.
Yeah, kind of needs some tweaking there.
What it is, right? And you could set the base size of this island to be the same as the wall radius. So you make sure that like the walls are always. So for instance, let's keep this seed, and this is getting pretty close over there. Let's set the base size of these islands equal to 15.
Okay.
So we come back here and scroll
Where do
up,
we go?
and we are going to go over to base size.
Player lands.
Yep. So from 7 to 15, and that will guarantee that the base size is large enough. Remember, this is just for 1v1 though. So if you did like a larger,
7.
So it was 7. Let's change it to 15. I think base size might work a little bit differently. There we go.
I'll take a look at those walls. Those are nice and cozy.
Yeah. You have to remember, though, that in team games, you're going to have more people crowded around the center. You might not be able to get away with a base size this large. So there might be logical statements saying, okay, you know, I need a different size for this number of players.
That would explain it. Minimum distance to players was set to 6.
Ah.
I don't think I did mine right.
Let me change it to 16.
Let me bring up the script here so you can see. All right, so base size for these create player lands is 15. Do you have that, Warlion?
Okay, so that's on the first line of create player lands. Okay, I changed the island in the center.
Ah.
No wonder I'm like, oh, no wonder that island's bigger. Ah, there we go. Okay.
Yep. So now we could do other stuff with objects. Come in
For some
here.
reason, I'm not generating trees in the middle now. Well, that time it did. That's weird.
Create objects, villager. Set place for every player. Min distance to players. Let's say 6. Max distance to players 6. So we're going to add the villagers now. Group of 2 and a group of 1. Now we're going to add the scout. So we're going to...
Assuming that's just scout.
Yep. Scout. We're going to do set place for every player. And we're going to do min distance to players. And we're going to set that to like, I don't know, 15. We're going to do max distance to players. And we're going to set that equal to 17. So the scout is going to be between 15 and 17 tiles away from your town center, essentially. So he's going to be outside the walls, actually. There he is right there. Here's this scout right here. Well, maybe we should have him inside the base, huh?
My vills are outside the walls for some reason.
What did you do for min distance and max distance to players for them?
I did 6 and 6. That.
Well, they should be inside the walls.
Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, they're not. That's funny. Huh? I don't know. A couple of them are.
Do you have? Can you share your code? A screenshot of your code.
Yeah. Which part do you?
The villager part, the objects generation.
I think I just saw. I didn't have a space after or before the bracket. Let's see. That did it.
JC, are you there?
I'm here.
All right. So let's give these players some berries.
Mine has pushed up to the edge of the map.
Over here.
So now the islands are against the edge. Although they both are against the edge.
So we're going to create object forage.
Forage.
Yep. Set place for every player. We have to do set Gaia object only, so it doesn't get confused.
Set Gaia object only.
And we're going to go between, let's say, 12 and 13 tiles away. And let's see what happens there.
Yeah.
Okay, only one forage bush. Whoops.
So you'd have to group them then, huh?
So we're gonna have to. No, we just have to make sure that
Number of clumps.
We have to do number of objects.
Number of objects. Okay.
And we need to do 6. And then we are also going to say avoid forest zone by 4. So we're going to have them avoid forests by 4.
Well, I've got an imbalance again with the islands. Look. Yeah.
Oh, we
So
need to set type.
Blues is surrounded and reds is against the edge.
Was the avoid forest? Okay.
4.
Avoid forest.
And we need to do set tight grouping, and we need to do number of groups 1 to make sure that they all spawn in the same group, tightly grouped. 6 forage bushes.
Oh, this is interesting.
Here we go.
Because I've got 4 and 2. They're not all together.
How many groups do you have? Number of groups 1 for us.
Oh. Yeah. That would help.
I think that there's an argument for group radius we could use to make it look even nicer. Whatever. We're not going to deal with it right now.
Yeah, they're grouped, although they're not all, like, adjacent.
So we'll do maybe 10 to 12.
But I kind of like that, actually.
10 to 11 for these berries. So you have safe berries inside of your walls. Yeah, there we go. Some decent berries. And we're going to give those berries a min-distance group placement of maybe 4. Now we're going to copy everything that we have there for the berries, and we're going to paste. We're going to create object gold, and we're going to say that we want 7 objects tightly grouped, number of groups 1, avoid forest, and these parameters are all the same, which is good, as the forage. And we're going to have a 7-tile gold mine inside of their walls.
Also
still on the berries, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Still on the berries. I think I missed some of the arguments.
Okay. Let me bring up the script so you can see.
Okay, let's see. Forage. Number of objects 6. Number of groups 1. Distance to players 10. Add 12. Did you change it at some point?
I did. I adjusted it.
All right, let me see if the berries generate. Seems like they generate so far away. But I don't know.
They should be closer now.
Okay.
So we could use the same approach to put, boars, deers, sheep. We could put in here. There's a whole summary of basic resources that you get for Arabia that Zetnus has figured out. But I just wanted to show you guys how to make a very basic map. Okay, this map is playable in its current condition. You could play this. It may not be the best in the world, right? There's boar missing. There's no fish. We didn't even do the fish. So I guess that's kind of the challenge that I would leave you guys is you can either continue to work on this and develop it how you want, or you could go in a completely different direction. Let me know, but I am here to help. But we've been here for almost 4.5 hours now.
Yeah,
so I really
This-
appreciate your time, guys.
Yeah, me too.
This was
I
fun.
appreciate your time. Yeah, this is awesome. Love this.
Okay. Would
I
love
think
to play.
this is a lot more doable than I initially had thought. I'm like, well, I'll try it, but there's a chance it's definitely not gonna work for me. And then you get involved and you get to play around and you realize how easy the basics. Now, of course, you do more advanced stuff, it probably will get a little more tricky and at times more frustrating. But the basics of it are actually very simple.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
Easy to learn, difficult to master.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good description.
And medium to do an intermediate level.
Sort of like the game
Yeah.
itself.
Oh no, this game is not easy to learn.
It's easy for
I guess the
Boar.
basics of it are, but
so I want you guys to work on stuff. I want you guys to come up with ideas. I want you guys to like be excited about the idea of people trying your creations. And let me know how it goes, and we'll help you. If you get stuck, just shoot me a message in modding and map support, and we'll make sure that we can get you the help that you need to produce the effects that you're looking for. Now that you have a very solid understanding of the fundamentals behind how random map scripting works. My only regret is that based on what the kind of our little shenanigans with the corners, we can't really do connections here. But there are a bunch of tricks. We could do basic connections, but they wouldn't get us very much. We basically did these shallows instead. This is our idea
sort of
connections.
Similar to a connection, right?
Yep. Well, it was just a trick. It's a trick. So
I'm thinking to take this and build upon and experiment a little bit. I can do a well, I mean, I already said it on one of your live streams. So one of my ideas, you two know, but whoever might be watching that doesn't, is the Easter Island.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Because it's got the unique, and that's why I'm trying to figure out all the the statues that look accurate, so that I don't throw a bunch of statues that are supposed to be the Moai that end up looking like zombies crawling out of the grave. But yeah, I think this is going to be a lot of fun. Tech, I don't know whether to... Well, actually, I do know to say thank you for introducing me to it, and also I'm going to blame you for introducing me to it, because...
Yeah. Have fun, guys, and let me know if you get stuck, if there's anything you want to do. I look forward to playing on your creations in the future.
Awesome, man. Thanks, Tech, for showing us all this tutorial and everything.
Yep.
Yeah, I appreciate that. It was fun.
Okay, so for the guys that are in chat listening, what I will do is I will post the second script. I don't have much left over from the first script because that was very introductory. But if you're listening and you want the basic lines of code that we use to generate this, and it's pretty simple, there's not much to this map, but if you want it, I will post it in as a comment or in the video description. So thank you so much for watching and for sitting through all of our troubleshooting and all of our, hey, wait, go back. And all that good stuff. Hopefully, hopefully you found it. Hopefully you you learned from it as well. Or maybe it was maybe they slowed me down so that you could catch up, even if you're very quiet in the chat. So thank you, everybody, and we'll see you guys for the next video.